Our journey began in 1906 as the Institute of Postgraduate Medicine and was officially opened by Dr. Halfdan Mahler, Director General of the World Health Organization, with the vision to create a national institute for postgraduate medical education training and to hold examinations. Accreditation. In 1980, the institute was renamed as the Postgraduate Institute of Medicine, or PGIM, and was formally recognized under the Universities Act. The first Board of Studies was established with boards of study in 12 specialties. Currently, PGIM stands as a national institute under the University of Colombo. It is the only institution in Sri Lanka responsible for specialist training and accreditation of medical and dental doctors, offering a large number of postgraduate programs annually across 24 boards of study and 37 specialty boards. The PGIM plays a pivotal role in shaping the future of healthcare in Sri Lanka. PGIM logo. The lotus symbolizes purity, while 11 swans represent discernment. At the center, the entwined serpent of Asclepius signifies healing, a tribute to both local cultural heritage and the Western medical tradition. The smooth functioning of the academic and administrative operations of the PGIM is ensured by various committees and boards. The individuals of the committees and boards play a vital role in shaping the policies, processes, and activities that enhance the learning experience for both students and faculty. The Institute also fosters a culture of research and ethical medical practices, supported by the Ethics Review Committee. The Medical Education Resource Center, (MERC), of the PGIM involves in conducting and coordinating support programs, such as workshops and short courses on research methodology, professionalism, and ethics. Training activities for the PGIM trainers, teachers, and examiners are conducted regularly to update the medical consultants on current educational and examination concepts. Acquiring multi-source feedback relevant to each MD trainee and submitting the findings for the boards of study helps in monitoring and identifying trainees that need extra help with their postgraduate education. MERC also provides support in organizing annual research symposium and publishing PGIM Journal. Our state-of-the-art auditorium, library, and learning management systems serve as vital resources, helping our trainees to excel academically and professionally. The PGIM is currently headed by Professor Seneca Rajapaksha as the director. Academic staff, with their expertise in a range of specialties, ensures that students receive the best possible education. Our dedicated extended faculty provides the essential mentorship, guiding future medical leaders towards excellence. The PGIM is currently accepting international students for training in an array of specialties and clinical fellowships. The PGIM's annual research symposium offers a platform for trainees, trainers, and researchers to share knowledge and collaborate. This event fosters evidence-based practice, shaping the future of healthcare through research. With more than 400 postgraduates graduating each year, PGIM's trainees are equipped with the skills and expertise needed to meet the country's healthcare needs and contribute to global health advancements. At the Postgraduate Institute of Medicine, we are committed to shaping the future of medicine and dentistry, building a community of skilled, compassionate specialists, and advancing healthcare through research and education. We want to express our heartfelt gratitude to all the past PGIM directors and staff of PGIM, past boards members, trainers, and examiners who worked hard and contributed to the advancement of the institution to the current status. Starting with a few trainees, the number of annual enrollments in postgraduate degree conferments have gradually increased over the years. In 2024, nearly 4,000 trainees were in training, and 480 trainees were awarded with MD degrees, 74 with MSc degrees, 185 with postgraduate diplomas, and 294 specialists achieved board certification as consultants. Over the years, Pgim has produced a considerable number of postgraduates and board-certified consultants to the health sector of Sri Lanka. By the end of 2024, the total number of conferred postgraduate degrees include 8,752 MDs, 2,001 MSc degrees, 6,610 postgraduate diplomas, and 5,335 board-certified consultants. These achievements reflect the institution's contribution and persistent dedication to maintaining the highest academic and professional standards in postgraduate medical education.
please rise up to receive the procession? Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests, and distinguished participants. I'm honored to welcome you to the Annual Research Symposium 2025 of the Postgraduate Institute of Medicine, University of Colombo, held today at the Pgim Academic Center. We are gathered to celebrate the remarkable contributions to research in our field and to share knowledge that can shape the future. Postgraduate Institute of Medicine, being the only institute in Sri Lanka that provides specialist training for medical doctors as specialists in medical and dental fields and accredits them with board certification, is a national institute attached to the University of Colombo. PGIM is internationally recognized with several of its training programs having equivalence recognition by the Royal Colleges of the UK. PGIM also works in close collaboration with the Ministry of Higher Education and Training, the Ministry of Health, faculties of medicine of the universities and professional colleges. To begin our proceedings, we shall start with the national anthem.
Sri Lanka Mata, Upper Sri Lanka, Namo, 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 Namo Mata. Sundara Siri Barini, Surangi Ati Sogamana Lanka. Dhanya Dhanaya Nekamal Palaguru Piri Jaya Bhumi Ranya. Sri Lanka. Namo, 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 Namo Mata.
Thank you, everyone. Please be seated. We will now proceed with the lighting of the oil lamp, a tradition symbolizing knowledge and enlightenment. I would like to invite our esteemed guests to light the oil lamp. Our chief guest, Emeritus Professor Jayanta Jayawardena, the President of the Sri Lanka Medical Council, Chairman of the Board of Management and Finance Committee of the Pgim, and past Director of the Pgim, Professor Pandula Siribadana, the Acting Director of the Pgim, Professor Arjuna Madagama, the Chairman of the AAAC of the Pgim, Dr. Sudat Dharmaratna, Senior Lecturer of the Pgim, Mr. Jeffrey Alagaratnam, the President's Counsel, Dr. Amodini Rajakaruna, the Chairperson of the Pgim ARS 2025, and Dr. Sajith Edirisinghe. Thank you for that beautiful ceremony. I would like to welcome our distinguished guests, Emeritus Professor Jayanta Jayawardena, Professor Pandula Siribadana, Mr. Jeffrey Alagaratnam, Dr. Amodini Rajakaruna, and Dr. Sajith Edirisinghe to take their seats at the head table. I would like to call upon Professor Pandula Siribadana, the Acting Director of Pgim, to deliver the welcome address.
Distinguished Chief Guest, Professor Jayanta Jayawardena, Chair of the Board of Management of the Pgim and the President of the Sri Lanka Medical Council. Distinguished Keynote Speaker, Mr. Jeffrey Alagaratnam, President's Counsel. The Pgim Orator for 2025, Dr. Sajith Edirisinghe, Senior Lecturer of the Department of Anatomy, University of Sri Jayawardenepura. Members of the Board of Management, Chairman, Secretaries, and members of the Board of Studies and Specialty Boards, Chairperson of the Annual Research Symposium Committee, Dr. Amadini Rajakaruna, members of the academic and non-academic staff of the PGIM, distinguished invitees, colleagues, postgraduate trainees, and dear friends. A very good morning and a very warm welcome to the Annual Research Symposium of the PGIM. This is an event we have been looking forward to each year. It's part of the series of symposiums that the University of Colombo hosts at different faculties and different institutions. And so this is also one of the key events of the University of Colombo, given that PGIM trainees perhaps are engaged in research activities more than any other institution within the University of Colombo. Recently, one of the studies we did for the 2025 alone, we recognized about 60 to 70 journals, journal publications in index journals by postgraduate trainees and trainers affiliated to the PGIM for the first 6-7 months of this year. So that kind of feeds immense in terms of the number of research work happening at the PGIM and the publications that are coming out. It is both an honor and a pleasure to address this distinguished gathering, which basically reflects the diversity of the community that is part of the PGIM. And this annual research symposium stands as a hallmark of PGIM's commitment to academic excellence, scientific inquiry, and service to the humanity. Today we are deeply privileged to have with us our chief guest, Professor Jayantha Jayawardena, who serves both as the chair of the Board of Management of the PGIM and currently the president of the Sri Lanka Medical Council. Sir, your steadfast leadership, wisdom, and vision have been instrumental in guiding postgraduate medical education and safeguarding the standards of medical practice in our country. Your presence today adds great honor to this occasion and reminds us of the value of professionalism, integrity, and the excellence that PGIM upholds. We are also greatly honored to welcome our keynote speaker, Mr. Jeffrey Alagaratnam, President's Counsel, whose distinguished career in law and public service embodies a lifelong commitment to justice, ethics, and good governance. His insights today will help us reflect on the growing intersection between medicine, law, and ethics, an area increasingly vital to both clinical practice and research. I would also like to extend our sincere appreciations to Dr. Amadini Rajakaruna, chairperson of the Annual Research Symposium Committee, and her dedicated team for their tireless efforts in organizing this event. Their meticulous planning and hard work have ensured that this symposium continues to be a vibrant and intellectually stimulating platform for our postgraduate community. The PGIM's vision extends far beyond producing medical specialists. In fact, we have been discussing this with our keynote speaker as well as other invitees, and they are all of the view that as we ensure the creation of a specialist and a doctor, it's not only the technical skills that we should focus on, and it's far beyond that. Research is an important component. We are emphasizing on this important activity further in the coming years. You will see how transformative that can be. And also it is part of not necessarily building scientific evidence, but it's part of creating a holistic individual to care for the patients who will base the decisions that they take to safeguard and cure patients, not only based on their own reflections, but on scientific evidence. So this symposium basically reflects our commitment further, and to our postgraduate trainees who will be joining us also in numbers, I guess, as the day progresses, that this is your moment. The work you present today is not just a requirement, it is your contribution to the collective advancement of medicine. Your research represents perseverance, integrity, and hope, the qualities that will define you as a future leader in healthcare. Before I conclude, let me acknowledge the unwavering support of the academic and the administrative staff and all those who have contributed behind the scenes to make this symposium a success. Your efforts sustain the PGIM's enduring tradition of excellence and collaboration. So as we begin today's proceedings, I invite all of you to engage fully, to question deeply, and to share generously. Let this symposium be not only a showcase of knowledge, but also a catalyst for inspiration and partnership. So on behalf of the PGIM, I warmly welcome you all once again and wish the Annual Research Symposium 2025 every success. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Siribardana, for your warm and welcoming, inspiring words. Next, we are privileged to have with us our chief guest, Emeritus Professor Jayanta Jayawardena, who is no stranger to the PGIM. He is the President of the Sri Lanka Medical Council, Chairman of the Board of Management of the PGIM, and also the past Director of the PGIM. I'm pleased to welcome you onto the stage to give your address.
The Director of the PGIM, Professor Pandura Siribardana, the keynote speaker, President's Council, Mr. President Council, and our orator, Chairperson of the Organizing Committee, members of the Board of Management, Boards of Study, the trainers, trainees, on the PGIM side, the staff, Deputy Registrar, Deputy Bursar, and all other staff members, trainees, and distinguished invitees. At the outset, may I thank the Director and the Organizing Committee for inviting me for this occasion, which I consider as honor and privilege. I have almost reached the exit point of the PGIM after many years, and at this stage, getting such an invitation is indeed a very happy moment. Just few words regarding my involvement with the PGIM. Somewhere in 1987, I got an opportunity to be an examiner in ONG, MS Part 1. At that time, we did not have this so-called selection exams. The terminology was different. Still, I can remember my co-examiner at that point was a very senior academic, Professor Colin Gunnar. After that, I served the Postgraduate Institute of Medicine, holding many positions and posts, and I believe that I made some contribution to maintain quality and standards, as the director said. The PGIM was established somewhere in 1980, and it was housed in the matron's quarters. Still you can see that matron's quarters, and later on it was possible to put up new buildings, 2 buildings on either side of this house. And later on, maybe about 6 or 7 years ago, it was possible to construct this multi-storied state-of-the-art building. At the inception, we had maybe around 10 or so courses, but at present there are around closer to 85 study programs, and most are, or majority are, MD board certification programs. So over the years, we all of can be very proud to say that we have been able to provide the specialists required for the country. And at the moment, I believe that all the specialists who are employed in the Ministry of Health are indeed board certified specialists of the PGIM. The quality has been maintained, and one of the testimonies and one of the evidence, proof for that is the employment of some of our board certified specialists in overseas countries, and they are highly recognized. Their work and contributions have been appreciated by those countries. The annual research symposium was, I believe, introduced a few years ago, and today we are gathered here to witness the proceedings of the annual research symposium. Research is very vital in any field, in any sector. At the PGIM, as you are aware, research is a compulsory component in almost all courses. To be eligible for board certification, all trainees will have to submit very often a dissertation, sometimes maybe a thesis or a report. Talking in general about research in the country and overseas, especially over the last 5 to 10 years, it has been possible to discover new drugs, new intravenous preparations, new surgical treatment methods, etc. However, we will have to accept the fact that in spite of these positive, and sometimes these treatment methods are very, very costly, sometimes could cost millions. In spite of that, if you look at the disease spectrum in the country, it may be correct to say that as far as the patient numbers are concerned, seeking treatment, guidance, and advice from different health delivery centers are not going down. And in addition to that, we all know that certain disease conditions or disorders, especially the non-communicable diseases, heart disease, blood pressure, diabetes, etc., and also malignancies are on the rise. Another disturbing observation is that the younger generation seems to be developing some of these issues. Even recently it was a news item. Children do develop some of these non-communicable diseases. In addition to that, they are developing different types of malignancies. So I think it is necessary for us to rethink our priorities as far as research is concerned. It is true that multinational companies are dumping millions of money to do research, especially in the area of discovery of drugs, new diagnostic methods, surgical techniques, etc. But I think it is necessary to concentrate and support research in areas such as prevention of different diseases and also early recognition. Otherwise, we'll have to find very reliable, valuable, effective screening tests so that we will be able to detect these patients who may develop various complications later on. The theme today for the ARS is ethics and medico-legal awareness in health delivery systems. When we say health delivery system, different locations or institutions are involved. It is not only the government sector hospitals, we have the private sector hospitals, then there are different campaigns, then there are private centers, GP centers, and certain special campaigns, then there are health camps conducted and so forth. So this theme will and should apply to all these delivery places. Why this theme is important? Because if you look at from a patient point of view, there are so many areas that have been discussed, and to some extent past negative comments linked to this theme. So therefore it is important for us to address these concerns of patients. The President's Council, I'm sure, will address some of these issues, but please permit me to make a few comments. As far as ethics side is concerned, we all know that there are few key areas linked to ethics. The patient autonomy. So we should be able to address their concern, listen to their views, expectations is one. And also in ethics, it is clearly stated that at no point we should do any harm to patients. Other is we should use all our resources available to do good to patients. Another item in the ethics list will be equal opportunities. We should be in a position to provide equal opportunities to all patients. Of course, in that sense, mainly the administrators and the policymakers are responsible for that. As far as ethics are concerned, there are different guidelines, different manuals. For an example, Code of Ethics of the Sri Lanka Medical Council. And at the Pgim also we have a Code of Ethics for our trainees, etc. So the key factors are highlighted in these manuals or documents. Moving on to the medico-legal awareness, it is also important in this area from our side. We very often address issues like confidentiality, patient safety, quality of care, our availability, and in certain instances, the fees, especially charged by different service providers at different locations. And as you are aware, during the last maybe few months, maybe 1 or 2 years, certain very unfortunate incidents have been highlighted in the social media, televisions, and newspapers. Very recently, 2 or 3 incidents were highlighted. Those are linked to the so-called medico-legal issues. So we have to be very conscious of these issues, areas, and ensure that these things will not happen in the future. Because at the end of the day, the standing, the integrity, recognition of our profession is at stake. So we have to do what is necessary in this direction. Just to give 2 examples that we came across recently, you may have noticed, linked to this area of medico-legal awareness. Advertising. has become an issue. It has been highlighted by many. Then about our documentation in bed etiquettes. This matter has been raised in highest courts in the country. The prescriptions, the quality of prescriptions. I am very sad to say that these things have been highlighted. Just to give an example, recently there was a patient from our stations, maybe about 60, 70 kilometers away from Colombo, who came to Colombo for a medical problem and consulted one of the relevant specialists. A prescription was given, and the patient took this prescription to his hometown, about 60, 70 kilometers away. The pharmacist was not in a position to read it. Then he gave it to few doctors, and finally it was referred to us. Nobody was able to read it. So this poor patient had to come back to Colombo to get a legible prescription. So these are emerging issues, and we have to seriously consider these matters. As far as medico-legal awareness side is concerned, at the Sri Lanka Medical Council, there is a manual on professional misconduct. Then different departments, including the ministry and also the Pgim, they also do have certain regulation on this subject. So we have to be conscious of the information available in these manuals. Before I conclude, may I thank the director, the chairperson of the organizing committee, PGIM staff, and also the other academics who are involved in the organization of this annual event. Ladies and gentlemen, may the PGIM to be a beacon of learning and service. An institution not only will promote knowledge, practical skills, research, but also an institution will promote the best of human values in healthcare. An institution that will promote the best of human values in healthcare. I wish the ARS all the success, and also I am confident that the deliberations and discussions will be interesting and also will be useful. Thank you. Have a good day.
Thank you, Professor Jayawardena, for your insightful address and support. I would like to invite Professor Pandula Siribardana to hand over the token of appreciation to our chief guest. I invite Dr. Sudat Dharmaratne, Senior Lecturer of the PGIM, who will do the honor of welcoming our keynote speaker.
Members of the table, distinguished guests, respected colleagues, and dear friends, good morning. It is truly my privilege and pleasure to introduce the keynote speaker for this year Annual Research Symposium of the Postgraduate Institute of Medicine, Mr. Jeffrey Alagaratnam, President's Council. Mr. Alagaratnam is a name that commands deep respect in the legal profession of our country. He has devoted over 45 years to the practice of law. A remarkable journey marked by integrity, dedication, and a lifelong commitment to justice and professionalism. He was admitted to the bar after completing his studies at the Sri Lanka Law College, where he passed his final examination with honors. He also holds an honors degree in law from the University of Colombo, an institution to which he later returned as a lecturer and examiner, nurturing future generations of lawyers. Throughout his distinguished career, Mr. Alagaratnam has practiced in both the original and appellate courts of Sri Lanka, specializing in industrial, corporate, banking, and intellectual property law. He has also played a major role in commercial arbitration and in providing expert legal advice for industrial and commercial transactions. Beyond his technical expertise, what apparent most is his unwavering belief that the law must serve the people. He has taken a keen interest in public law and public interest litigation, working tirelessly on the matters that uphold fairness, accountability, and justice for all. He is, of course, well known to many as the past president of the Bar Association of Sri Lanka, serving for 2 consecutive years, 2015 and 2017. During his presidency, he was instrumental in promoting continuing legal education and strengthening the professional development of attorneys at law. He has also been a strong advocate for access to justice, or legal aid, as it is often called, and for embedding professional ethics as a core value in the legal practice. When we listen to the story, we realize that his work transcends the legal professions. His deep concern for professionalism, lifelong learning, and ethical conduct are values that resonate across all professions, including our own medicine. As doctors and educators, we too are guided by principles of accountability, compassion, and service. And I believe today's address will remind us that professionalism is not confined to any one field. It is a way of thinking, a way of being, built on reflection, empathy, and enduring sense of duty to society. Ladies and gentlemen, we are deeply honored to have with us today a professional of such stature, humanity, a person who has not only excelled in his field, but has also dedicated himself to uplifting standards and ethics of his profession. Please join me in giving a very warm welcome to our keynote speaker, Mr. Jeffrey Alagaratnam, Presidential Council. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Sudat Dharmaratne, for those very kind words. I hope I have earned all of them. Professor Jayanta Jayawardena, Professor Pandula, Dr. Amodini, and Dr. Sajid, the main orator for today, distinguished members of the board, distinguished professionals, postgraduate candidates. It is my pleasure to be here today and to speak these words. I was just mentioning to Professor Jayawardena that he has taken away half of my speech on ethics and responsibility of a professional. I'm most happy. Of course, must make a small correction. The compare for today introduced me as the President's Council. I don't think that was intended. I am no President's Council. I am a President's Council in the sense that as a professional, we are supposed to be independent lawyers who owe no undue allegiance to any politician or any political party or any government in power. We support all governments as long as they do the right thing. We oppose all governments when they don't do the right thing. And so I am not the President's Council. I am only a President's Council. And coming to the topic for today, when I was invited to speak on it, it was something close to my heart. Ethics and medico-legal awareness in healthcare. We know ethics runs across many professions. And what is important is what the role of ethics plays. Professor Jayawardhan has given you some examples. But of course, in the medical profession, we start with the Hippocratic Oath. That is what we have seen from ancient Greek philosophy. Of course, it sums up everything for today because it's basically based on care for the sick, confidentiality, and no harm caused. It gets elaborated as time goes on. What are the values of ethics? Where it's patient care, harm, empathy. I think Professor Pandula used the word empathy. Empathy is different from sympathy. In empathy, you are the other person. In sympathy, you're from the outside, you feel sorry for the person. So empathy is, are you that person? And that is basically being what you mean by ethics. Are you behaving as though you are the patient? What is the importance of empathy? So you can have all sorts of guidelines, as your medical council says, and that's where Professor Jayanta will be overlooking all professionals in the medical profession. You have guidelines, you have rules of ethics. They are guidelines, but there is something more fundamental to ethics. Of course, you talk of confidentiality, respect for the profession, respect for your seniors, respect for values that have gone before you. You don't sort of disregard what others have said, what others' research outcomes are. You have to have good reason. You discuss it with others. Those are ethics within the profession. How you respect your seniors, your superiors, how you don't disregard lightly unless you have good reason and discuss. So first of all, there is an internal aspects of ethics. How you relate to your lecturers, your subordinates, your colleagues. Are you ethical? Do you unnecessarily disregard, criticize, and do things like that? Because we must remember we are a body. We are a profession. Which brings me back, of course, there is something called humility, openness, transparency. All these are aspects that should make us good professionals. Civility. We have to be civil. And authenticity. One thing is, civility is being decent. We are a nation which has a majority of Buddhists. If you look at the Buddhist philosophy, all religions teach a commonality. But are we civic? Are we rude, menacing, aggressive? Those are qualities, I say, even as lawyers, we are accused of. We are accused. If you look at lawyers, they think lawyers are rude fellows, shouting in courts and attacking other lawyers, attacking the clients. I mean, that, I don't think the medical profession is guilty of that amount of aggressiveness and menacing behavior. So first of all, how you relate to your patient, how you relate to each other, that is the substance of ethics. But of course, you have guidelines. Whether those guidelines are today to be revised, re-looked at. For example, don't harm a patient. What is euthanasia? Is euthanasia permissible? Is that for the good of the patient, or are you harming the patient? Of course, Dr. Idris Singh will speak about cancer. That's a different thing. How he's trying to save the life of a patient. So, all these, why do we need ethics? That is the question. Ethics is associated with the profession. Why? Because we may have technical skills. We may be brilliant in our fields. But what is the essence of a profession? A profession is not like any other job. It's not like any other business. which is profit-oriented, make money. A profession, money is important. In the junior stages of your career, it is important for survival. Finances, you've got to earn. You've got to support people. Maybe your young family, maybe yourself. You've got to earn a respect, a reputation for integrity and good service. Essentially, why is ethics needed? Because unlike any other jobs, a profession fundamentally is based on service. It's service, we are here to serve. So if money is the sole criterion, we are not being ethical, we are not serving. And ethics is there because the public whom we serve has to be confident that we are answerable to someone, like to Professor Jayanta Jayawardena, who is the president of the Sri Lanka Medical Council. If we do something wrong, he will have to deal with us if there is a complaint. In the Bar Association, we have the Supreme Court can strike you off the roll, can suspend you for 7 years, depending on what wrongs you have done, depending on the gravity. So, I don't know whether you know, there's a gentleman called Mr. Ronnie Piris, who is really a mentor, who was a top director at John Keells and formerly in one of the leading diamond companies in South Africa. He writes regularly to the papers. So I would like to summarize the essence of some things of some of his said. And in fact, Mr. Ronnie Piris was a person who, because of his ethical practices for an employer in Zambia, lost his job. Because he was an accountant, they wanted 2 books. He refused. He was sacked. I think he had a young family with 2 children. Within, I think, a short time, he got a better job. And he succeeded. So ethics is not only as an independent practitioner, it's also when you're an employer, what are the values you stand for. Now, what he says is, ethics is founded on principles of expertise. You're an expert, you know what you are doing. Ethical conduct, behave decently. Fiduciary trust, because there's somebody who trusts you, that patient. He places all trust and confidence in you. And it's client centricity. The patient is the central person to our practice. It's client centricity. And dedication to public service. These are the hallmarks of a profession. When the profit motive becomes the primary driving force, it systematically erodes these foundational pillars, leading to a decline in ethical standards, compromised service quality, and a loss of public trust. Sadly, the nobility of many professions, I'm not speaking of the medical, even the legal, all the professions, the nobility of professions have been traded, he says, and is being traded for silver and gold, or I don't know whether you call it for dollars or rupees. So, what is our primary objective? The ethical mandate not to harm persons. We may not kill a person by euthanasia, we can harm people in more than one way, is being replaced by a system that rewards volume over patient. So we know, as a professional, as a lawyer, I can relate to the need for ethics, as ethics being common to all professions. Why is it needed? I mean, it should not be an aspect that compels us or scares us or forces us to do good, to be right. But it should be it is to instill confidence in the public, because all professions are bound to serve, unlike a normal job. So when you serve, the public knows that you are there for service, you have an expertise, you have a competence, you're holding yourself out as being able to do a certain level of, say, skills or whatever it is in your field, and the public knows that they can trust you because your behavior is such that you are somebody who is also controlled and regulated by a body. You have rules, and if you go outside those rules, you break it, you will be dealt with. Whereas if you look at any other job, a profit-making job, they make the profit loss, they maybe exploit you, there's nothing, nobody you can go to, maybe you can only sue him in a court of law and take years. But ethics and a governing body is important, and that is why governments don't interfere in professional bodies. They are not supposed to, though you might have governmental interference because the politician, being what he is, always would like to have his finger in everything. But why doesn't traditionally government of professional bodies is left to the professionals? It is because it is only a doctor who can know whether another doctor has done something wrong. It's only a lawyer or a judge who might be able to say whether I have done something wrong in the legal field. And that is why ethics is important. It is not merely, surely all of us basically are supposed to be men of good behavior. That is why we learn. Learning should make us better. But it is more, not only to control us and to tell us what is right and wrong. Ethics can only be guidelines. It can never be exhaustive. It can't give you everything. But it is also to assure people that I stand for a profession, I have a competence, I am going to serve you. Money is important, but it's not my sole consideration. I'm not going to exploit you. And because I am supported by a body which makes sure and assures the public that don't worry, you can trust. Because a patient comes to you in trust. And he must know, okay, you are answerable. Not because your patient can't be suing you and going to courts all the time, and then spending years in a court of law. One of the first things we do as lawyers is, I don't know, at least I do, is don't go to courts. Because you waste your time there spending money and years in litigation. So they should have a speedy remedy. And that is where the council is there, to provide a remedy. A patient knows if something goes wrong, he'll get some relief, and therefore he has trust in the system, he has trust in the profession. And that is, I cannot emphasize that more than that. So strict code of ethics, we don't have to be scared about guidelines and ethics if we are men of good behavior, men who instill confidence. And as Professor Jayawardena says, even in medico-legal responsibilities, what we have to be aware of is accessibility. Our mannerisms. They say we must have a good, they say, bedside manner. I mean, a patient, when he comes to you, but what we have to realize is the patient is not only coming to you with a physical problem, a malady or a disease. There's a whole person coming to you who's mental, who's composed of thinking, who's suffering. And more often than not, before you can write your prescription, whether it can be read or not, he's comforted when he sees you, the moment you start speaking. And as lawyers, I know it myself, because we fight cases. We win. Sometimes we win bad cases and we lose good cases. That happens because it's the judges. But as long as you're given your best, the client knows, okay, from your manner, you've done your best. You lost the case. So sometimes the client gives you the benefit of the doubt. He says, well, Matya hondata kara. Nadu karayata varadin ati. No. So those, I mean, because our people are forgiving. They are not by nature litigious. So even if we make a genuine mistake, they'll know that we did our utmost. So that is the demand of the professional. It's not merely your prescription of a medicine or a treatment. It is how you handle the person, your manner, your accessibility. Sometimes we complain about doctors keeping people waiting for hours, long hours. That is one of the common complaints. Sometimes the hospital, the conditions are such that you go with one sickness, you come with about 2 others. Right? And you wait there a long time. And sometimes, of course, I live proximate to all the hospitals, so it's a matter of 10 or 15 minutes I can get there. I know if my doctor is late, I call the hospital and say, what time did he come? I'm number 10. Okay, then I know I get in there. But you have people coming from far away, from villages, with ailments, with sicknesses, and they're waiting for hours to meet. And it happens too often. I understand. A medical professional can have an emergency. And sometimes his scheduled program will get disarranged or he'll get upset. But then there is not even an apology. There is not even a warning, okay, this doctor is coming in late. Nothing. Very few people do that. Of course, some of the doctors I work with do that. But you behave as though the patient is a captive. He's captured by you and he has to fall in line with you. And some of us lawyers also behave like that. Because you have lawyers saying to about 10 different clients, come at 7:30 in the night. So they are virtually like running an OPD. 7:30, about 25 fellows waiting till 12 in the midnight. So those are all important in ethical practices, your timeliness, your patient care, how you handle the patient. And what we all forget is also that we have come from one of the rare systems in the world where we have a free education. At the undergraduate level, we have a free education. What have we given the system? Who pays for our education? Not the politician, it's the taxpayer. So for free education, we have got the benefits of it. Have we served to reward it? It's not only the taxpayer. What we forget is that our economy is not only boosted by the taxpayer, it's boosted by the farmer, the laborer, the tea plucker. So when all of them are before you, it matters not what their station in life, what their background is. Do we treat these people as human beings with equal rights? So what is our manner? So it's in our conduct and the manner. Of course, the common complaint is about drugs. You have this coming in social media, where doctors sometimes have prescribed expensive drugs, and where the doctors have a conflict of interest, or they have some relationship with the company that does it, or the person who's selling it. But in the law also we have things like that, conflict of interest. But perhaps sometimes the doctor is right because he thinks the more expensive drug is more potent, more efficient, and he prescribes it. But then that is the time you must tell your patient, look, you can buy this at this price, you can buy another one at the other price. It's up to you. But I think this is more effective. And if you have a contest, you said, well, I'm also involved in that company, or whatever it is, as long as that doesn't violate the SLMC guidelines. Then, and so you have to be open. In a conflict of interest, if somebody comes to me with a case, I will say, well, I handled another case for the same person several years ago, but not on the same matter. But I am not prevented from handling this new case against him. So those type of conflicts of interest should be disclosed. Then the patient says, and you say, okay, do you think that's bad? Because I have handled his cases before, but this is a different case. I will handle it against him. So those type of situations can create conflict of interest. But as long as the client knows, the patient knows, you have disclosed. You have not been unfair by him. So these are aspects. Now, that's why you find even recently, Dhammika Panya is in a different league, but you had different advertising of cancer curing drugs and medicine. Now that, and going on social media and making assurance as though it's for the university, done by the university, and bringing into question the reputation of the university. Now those are things that a doctor should be careful about. Not only a doctor, any professional. Now as the president of the Bar Association, when I speak as the president, I would have to speak in a certain category. But otherwise, if I'm speaking on other things, I'd say, this is my personal view. And here is how it goes. I'm not speaking as the president of the Bar Association. So you should be careful how you conduct yourself. Those are the matters that really, of course, we know that in Sri Lanka, you have, everybody says it's a fairly good medical service. But unfortunately, you're starved of the finances. That is the major problem, because if you look at the budget, even if you look at education, defense expenditure is much more, though we have finished the war several years ago, and defense is more. But if you look at education, if you look at health, the expenditure is not enough, and that's why some of our doctors get frustrated because their research and development abilities are restricted, and they go abroad because there are better opportunities, and perhaps better opportunities for their children. But it's important also that we and that is why I say that even as members of the bar, perhaps as a profession, we were most well equipped to talk truth to powers. But even we forget that democracy belongs to us, and whether as doctors also, it's not that you should get aggressive and abusive, but the question of research development, because remember, you have to be a competent individual. It doesn't necessarily mean that competent at your level. For legal liability, you should have exercised the maximum care of a person of your level of training skills. You cannot expect a junior doctor to be as competent as a senior consultant. That's a different thing. But the patient should know that this is my level of competency, this is much I can do. Why don't you consult a specialist if there is another issue? Because sometimes in the legal field we have problems like this. Sometimes lawyers pretend they know everything, whether it's a criminal case or a civil, and when a client comes, they don't want to lose him, they take his fee and say, don't worry, I'll win the case. That type of thing. That is unethical. You must know your limitations while also trying to improve on your skills. And for that, it is important to be a person who acts to the maximum of your skill with the care of your patient, and also disclosing to the patient to a certain extent your limitations and any other conflicts of interest. So that is why the reasonable man, we have the reasonable man test in the legal field. Have you acted reasonably? A reasonable man is not a man you see walking on the road all the time. The reasonable man has to be judged in the particular circumstances, the particular situations. Who is his doctor? What is his qualification? What is his level of experience? Okay, has he done his maximum to his ability? Who is the other senior most consultant, specialist? Okay, has he done his maximum? So the question is, there will always be gray areas. As somebody says, sometimes in surgery also there is the risk. You have to take that risk because textbooks won't teach you a lot of things. Even clinical experience won't teach you a lot of things. So have you been ethical in taking a judicious risk? Have you explained this is the possibilities, I'll do this. So all I want to say is, I think that these are matters. Ethics is about good behavior. Guidelines can only help you, and as time goes on, ethics can be developed further. But basically, it is something to make the profession trusted for service and to compel us to be more competent, holistic in treatment of our clients. And ethics is not something to be feared of. It is just something that reminds us that we have to discharge our duties to the best of our ability. And legal awareness also comes in, because what I think the law is something based on common sense. It should be common sense and logic. I don't know how many of you have heard of the famous boxer, Cassius Clay, Muhammad Ali. He went to the Harvard Law School and he was lecturing in the midst of all these big professors of the Harvard Law School. And one thing he said to the professors was, in this great school of learning, the Harvard Law School, you will learn a lot of things. But there's one thing you will never learn. You've got to build it yourself. Common sense. Then all the professors stood up and applauded him. So use our common sense, use our best of our ability, and you will succeed. Don't get afraid of ethics. They are only there to protect you, to represent to the public that you have a system which assures the public that they'll get the best. And that we have doctors and lawyers who are interested in serving, because the profession, unlike another job, has to serve. Thank you for this opportunity. Good luck for the symposium.
Thank you, Mr. Alagaratnam, and I apologize for the mistake. Your words will surely inspire us as we continue our work in the medico-legal aspects in the health sector. Once again, I invite Professor Pandula Siribadana to present a token of appreciation to our keynote speaker. Next, I welcome Senior Professor Surangi Yasavardhana, Professor in Anatomy in the Department of Anatomy of the Faculty of Medical Sciences at the University of Sri Jayawardhanapura, who will introduce our orator for today's session.
Honorable members of the head table, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It is my distinct honor and profound privilege to introduce the distinguished orator for this year's PGIM oration. Dr. Edirisinghe Appuhamilage Sajid Tilal Edirisinghe. Born in Colombo in 1986, Dr. Edirisinghe stands today as an anatomist, clinical geneticist, and molecular scientist, currently holding the position of Senior Lecturer in Anatomy at the Faculty of Medical Sciences, University of Sri Jayewardenepura. He is a proud product of Ananda College, Colombo. He entered the Faculty of Medical Sciences, University of Sri Jayewardenepura in 2006 and successfully completed his MBBS degree in 2011 with second-class honors. Soon after his final examination, he joined the Department of Anatomy of the University of Sri Jayewardenepura as a temporary demonstrator and developed his inherent interest in teaching and research. Following completion of his internship at the Colombo South Teaching Hospital, he was recruited to the same department in 2014 as a lecturer probationary. Dr. Edirisinghe's commitment to lifelong learning is evidenced by his postgraduate qualifications. He holds 2 Master of Science degrees with a Doctor of Philosophy degree. He earned Master of Science in Clinical Genetics from University of Colombo and subsequently obtained Master of Science in Healthcare Administration from Asia University, Malaysia. His doctoral research was a split PhD done at Faculty of Dentistry, University of Otago, New Zealand, and Faculty of Medical Sciences, University of Sri Jayewardenepura, where he probed into the complex molecular pathogenesis of oral cancer and has contributed to the better understanding of oral squamous cell carcinoma. He has published oral cancer research in both local and reputed international journals. The caliber of his work has earned him consistent and wide-ranging recognition. He has won awards for Best Oral and Best Poster Presentation at both local and international conferences on several occasions. He has been honored with University Research Awards from the University of Sri Jayewardenepura on multiple times. Beyond molecular biology and oncology, Dr. Edirisinghe has made several contributions to the field of human anatomy and morphological sciences. He holds a local patent for the preservation of human tissues by room temperature resin casting technique. Dr. Edirisinghe demonstrated profound public spiritedness in the launch of an innovative telemedicine initiative in Sri Lanka during the COVID-19 pandemic at National Operations Center for Prevention of COVID-19 Outbreak. This pioneering work included the critical task of training medical students as COVID-19 first contact responders, successfully integrating telemedicine into medical education during a health system crisis. Dr. Edirisinghe's dedication to teaching and scholarly dissemination is evident as he has authored and co-authored several essential anatomical atlases and study companions, including cross-sections in human anatomy. Furthermore, he has authored many practical guides for non-academic staff of the university. His commitment to preventive public health also extended to environmental advocacy, co-authoring the vital multilingual educational resource, Microplastics and You. He is a much-loved anatomy lecturer at University of Sri Jayewardenepura and has won staff awards for excellence in teaching and excellence in student mentoring consecutively 3 times. His innovative capacity has been recognized at the Sahasak Nimaum national level competition, securing gold and silver medals. His dedication in communicating complex knowledge to the wider public has also been recognized across television media. He has received the Best Educational Documentary Program in Television Media at Sumati Awards in 2021 for Monday Knowledge First, and was recognized for the Best Health Documentary Program at Media Excellence Awards 2019 and Best Educational Program at Pgim Telis 2019. He was the Honorary Secretary of Sri Lanka Medical Association in 2023 and Honorary Vice President in 2024. Dr. Edirisinghe is married to Sadhunika, a chartered civil engineer who supports him immensely. On a personal note, I have known Dr. Sajith Edirisinghe as a medical undergraduate, postgraduate trainee, and as an academic colleague working in the same department. And I have proudly observed his development into an enthusiastic educator, keen researcher, creative inventor, and more than everything, a very public-spirited citizen ever willing to help anyone in need. Now, I kindly invite Dr. Sajith Edirisinghe to deliver his oration, Pgim Oration 2025.
Thank you, Madam. Once again, I invite Professor Siribardana to award the medal to our orator, Dr. Sajith Edirisinghe.
Chief guest of the Pgim Annual Research Symposium, Director, Postgraduate Institute of Medicine, distinguished invitees, ladies and gentlemen. It is with great honor I stand before you today. I extend my sincere gratitude for the Postgraduate Institute of Medicine for selecting me as the orator for year 2025. This platform allows us to share a molecular journey into a disease that significantly affects our nation. The oration is on the hidden chemistry of oral cancer, genetics, the toxins, and the algorithms. It is a molecular journey through oral cancer and chemical detection. Oral cancer, or the oral squamous cell carcinoma, the commonest histological type that we encounter, is an enormous public health challenge globally. Crucially, in Sri Lanka, according to the National Cancer Control Program, published data in 2021 reveals that is the commonest and the leading cause of malignancies among males. And it is the 8th commonest malignancy among females. According to the latest data, it is sad to tell that is the 2nd commonest cause of death due to malignancies in Sri Lanka. According to the latest evidence that we have, at least 3 people are dying per day because of the betel quid induced oral cancers. The complex etiology of the oral squamous cell carcinoma involve multiple risk factors as shown in this particular diagram. This has the behavioral involvement and the environmental factors which will interwoven with the complex molecular factors that will drive the tumors and the growth of the tumor and the metastasis. The latest data from the Global Cancer Observatory 2024 reports approximately 389,000 new cases are reported worldwide. As you can see on the top diagram, the majority of the higher incidences of the oral cancers have been reported in Asia, the United States, Canada, Oceania, and some part of Africa. But when you look at the mortality rates that we have shown at the bottom diagram, where the most of the mortality rates, the high incidences of mortality rates are seen in Asia, Russian Federation, and some part of Africa, which have been highlighted by this dark red color. As you can see, if you integrate both maps together, the highest incident rates and the high mortality rates are confined around the Asian region. This could be due to the socio-economic factors and the disparities for the healthcare access and the early detection and the treatment efficacies. Today's oration is structured around 4 integrated parts. We will first talk about the oral cancers and its genetics, and then we will move on to analysis of the potential role of environmental toxins, focusing on the chemical analysis of slake lime and common smokeless tobacco products. Finally, we will utilize the computational biology softwares to connect these toxins and the specific molecular pathways that we have identified. Angiogenesis. The angiogenesis is closely linked with the tumor development and as well as for the progression. The vascular endothelial growth factor is identified one of the proteins that the tumor itself will generate and leading for angiogenesis. To understand the cancer progression, it is essential to examine the angiogenesis process. No cancer can progress beyond 4 millimeters in size without a proper blood supply. This process is crucial for tumors. The cancers generate the angiogenic stimulants and increase get the blood supply. As you can see on these diagrams, the tumor is producing angiogenic stimulants and promoting the nearby blood vessels to generate new blood vessels to gain oxygen and the nutrients, as well as to dispose the waste products. So you can see at the last stage of the diagram, the new blood vessel has been formed towards the cancer. The vascular endothelial growth factor, the family, consists of several proteins from VEGF-A to D, which will stimulate this process. These factors will bind for specific vascular endothelial growth factor receptor 1 to 3 on tissues, and specifically for the blood vessels. Then these activated receptors will trigger the dimerization and autophosphorylation and initiate multiple intracellular signaling cascades, which will ultimately lead for cell proliferation as well as cell survival and apoptosis. Our study today was based on patients attending Apeksha Hospital Maharagama, Dental Institute Colombo, Colombo South Teaching Hospitals. Then the laboratory analysis were done at the Faculty of Medical Sciences, University of Sri Jawadhanapura, and the Faculty of Dentistry, University of Otago, New Zealand. Our study aimed to investigate the molecular markers in patients, histologically confirms primary oral potentially malignant disorders and oral squamous cell carcinomas before they have received any form of treatment. Let's first look at the oral cancer genetics. We have analyzed the vascular endothelial growth factor A proteins using ELISA technique. Here we observe the overall mean of the oral cancers, the serum VEGF-A protein levels around 450 picograms per milliliter compared to the controls where it varies around 253 picograms per milliliter. And we observe a gradual increase, as you can see, when the histological grade is increasing, the serum protein levels of the vascular endothelial growth factor is having a elevation. So this elevation also we found as a statistical significant value. Also we found that these serum protein levels are higher among males compared to females. At the same time, we observe that the higher stages, that means stage 3 and 4 of these cancers, are expressing higher number of vascular endothelial growth factor A proteins compared to stage 3, stage 1 and 2. So ladies and gentlemen, so this is an important area where these results demonstrate a significant association between VEGF-A with the disease progression, and this could be used as a potential biomarker for early screening. We also analyze VEGF-A levels in oral potentially malignant disorders, OPMD, and compared with the OSCC patients. We observed that there are gradual increase of the VEGF-A levels in the OPMD compared to the healthy controls. And among the OSCC patients, the values were even higher than the OPMD patients. We observed something similar. As I described before, the serum levels were also increasing again with the stage and the histological grade. And also we reflected that the male patients are having higher number of VEGF-A serum levels compared to females. So again, ladies and gentlemen, this is proving that we can use that VEGF-A serum levels as a potential biomarker. We analyzed the vascular endothelial growth factor receptor 2 expression in oral cancers tissues and compared it with the cancer-free post-mortem samples. We checked the optical density and the percentage of the brown color using DEB by using a free open source software called ImageJ. Here we observed an increment in the tissues of the vascular endothelial growth factor 2 levels with the histological grade of the tumor. The lowest, as you can see, we identified in the well-differentiated cancers and highest in the poorly differentiated cancers, both in the optical density and the depth percentages. So both had something similar results, and this in the optical density we had a very higher statistical significant value. Again, as described previously, we observed the higher receptor level upregulation among males, and we have high receptor levels in stage 3 and 4 cancers. We did the same ImageJ analysis for OPMD and compared with the oral cancer patients. And we observed the similar pattern of results where the VEGFR2 receptors on tissues have been increasing compared to the controls, and the oral cancer patients had a even higher receptor expression levels. So ladies and gentlemen, this finding suggests that there is a potential avenue for anti-VEGFR drugs targeting to be used as anti-cancer drugs. The serum VEGF-A protein levels were higher, and also the VEGFR2 levels were also shown promising results. Then we studied the behavior of the gene expression of this VEGF. The gene expression showed 2.3-fold increment compared to a normal patient during when you are having oral cancer disease. And also we saw the upregulation of the gene expression aligning with the histological grade as well as for the stage of the tumor. Again, we saw the male patients are having higher gene expression compared to females. So again, ladies and gentlemen, so this is another area that we can develop where we can provide scientific evidence that the anti-VEGF gene therapy, which can be used for the treatment of oral cancers, which are under clinical trials at the moment. Using immunohistochemistry, we studied the expression of vascular endothelial growth factor 2 on tissues and observed significant receptor upregulation in both OPMD and OSCC and compared to the control tissues. This upregulated VEGFR2 receptor expression in tumor tissue was therefore very well evident. Based on the results, we wanted to look into the published literature and see what are the intracellular cascades, signaling cascades that the VEGF will stimulate. There were many intracellular signaling cascades, as you can see in this diagram, and specifically I was targeting on this, the RAS-RAF-MERK pathway which has already shown it has been playing many roles in many of the cancers worldwide. So my apologies for the very overcrowded slide. So this part of the study where we conducted at New Zealand at the Faculty of Dentistry, and the focus gene array was conducted for this gene expression. So we want to find out reference genes for conducting our study. So the relative gene expression was calculated according to the reference gene. To select the most efficient, the reference genes, what we did was we ran a plate of 32 human control reference gene plates, and then with the use of the NomoFinder software, we managed to get the most suitable 3 and stabilized the housekeeping or the reference genes out of that 32 reference human genes. Then, with the help of these 3 selected reference genes, we ran another 12 selected genes which have direct relationship with the development of the oral cancers. These genes included the RAS family and the REF family and a few other selected genes in the MEK kinase pathway. Our focus gene array revealed a specific overexpression in cancer patients. Among the RAS family, the NRAS patients had a higher expression compared to the other 2 genes. And we saw a similar pattern in the CRAF gene also, which all these elevations were statistically significant. So, ladies and gentlemen, the overexpression of VEGFR2 receptors and the upregulation of the NRAS and the CRAF gene provides a clear evidence in increasing tumor angiogenesis and progression. These anti-cancer drugs such as anti-RAS and anti-RAF therapies could be used for specifically targeting oral cancers as a chemotherapy. We looked and established a crucial molecular pathway driving the oral cancer progression. Now we shift from our molecular pathway to look into the external risk factors that may trigger these internal molecular changes, starting from a very common Sri Lankan habit, that is betel chewing. So, the betel quid consists of betel leaf, slake lime, erica nut, and tobacco leaf. It is a well-recognized risk factor for oral cancers and remain a common habit among Sri Lankans, particularly in the villages and among working classes. We started investigating chemical analysis for the components in the entire betel quid. We chose the sample collection from the districts based on the oral cancer incidence according to the published data by the National Cancer Control Program. When examining the slake lime samples obtained from the selected district, by intended to investigate for the trace element analysis, we made an accidental but alarming discovery. We observed an abnormal pink color in the slake lime samples that specifically we obtained from Jaffna district. So these are the samples that we obtained from the other parts of the country. So these red dots indicates where we have obtained the samples. In this part of the study, all these chemical analyses were conducted at the Department of Chemistry, Faculty of Applied Sciences, University of Sri Jawadharpura. As shown on the right side, these are the samples that we collected from Jaffna. The UV visible spectroscopy, we identified the presence of rhodamine B as in these samples. What is rhodamine B? Rhodamine B is a completely banned substance to be used as a food additive, and because of its known carcinogenic elements and the toxin effects. The presence of rhodamine B were further confirmed by the presence of fluorescence excitation and fluorescence emittance test. If you follow with me, the red line clearly indicates the pattern in the slake lime sample, and this rhodamine B, which we used as a control. It's a laboratory-based control, and we ran both. And if you can see, these two graphs will overlap with each other. That indicates the presence of rhodamine B in slake lime samples. We searched for evidence about the slake lime production in Jaffna district, and we encountered a YouTube video that was published 2 years back. It clearly shows the use of the said chemical in this slake lime industry to gain the bright pink color. So, ladies and gentlemen, given the carcinogenic potential, in the presence of rhodamine B in the betel quid may have significantly contributed for the high incidences of oral cancers in Jaffna district. So as the social responsibility, we submitted a comprehensive report to Ministry of Health and Consumer Affairs Authority purely based on stopping using this rhodamine B as a coloring agent in this lake lime. And also we created social media videos and shared to educate the general public, and you can access this video by scanning this QR. We published several newspaper articles in all 3 languages to educate the general public. Now we shift from to another external risk factor that may have triggered the said internal molecular pathways, that is consumption of smokeless tobacco products. The both smoked and smokeless tobacco products, that is chewing, sniffing, dipping in dissolving tobacco, are well recognized risk factors for oral cancers. Some of the smokeless tobacco products are homemade and we don't know the composition of those products. Some products, as you can see on this diagram, are directly imported to Sri Lanka as sachet packets. Among the younger generation, it has become a trend now. So rather than going for a betel quid, the most of the younger generations are lean on these tobacco sachet packets and started consuming this content in these packets. Our analysis focused on 6 commonly available smokeless tobacco products, including Nizam, areca nut powder, Mawa, Sala, tobacco powder, and sweet supari. These products primarily contain tobacco and areca nut. The International Agency for Research on Cancers, IARC, and World Health Organization have classified areca nut specifically having a grade 1 carcinogenic elements because they contains high amount of alkaloids, and this indicates the areca nut should not be consumed, and it is unsafe to consume areca nut at any level. This identified the alkaloids of the areca nuts including arecoline, arecidine, guacoline, and guanosine. When chemically analyzing, we notice that there is a high alkaloid contents in these products, all 6 products. And also, then when we search for these alkaloids, according to the IARC and WHO, it clearly shows that it is unsafe to use these alkaloids at any level. The moisture content of these products, the sachet packets and the homemade products, were far way beyond the recommended moisture content. So these high moisture contents will lead for the development of the microorganisms such as aspergillus and the accumulation of aflatoxins. The pH levels we observed, it were varying from the acidic levels for slightly basic levels. But the normal pH range in the oral cavity is somewhere around 6 and 7. So the high acidic levels in these products, when the people keep it for a longer time, because the people tend to keep these products in their mouth for a longer time, will release this acidic environment and lead for consequences like enamel erosions, alterations of the tooth sensitivity, tooth decay, microbial growth, and bad breath. The trace elements. The trace elements like copper, lead, iron, zinc, and nickel were also analyzed by dissolving these smokeless tobacco products in concentrated nitric and sulfuric acid, and the trace elements were calculated with the help of atomic absorption spectroscopy. So the daily consumption limits were back calculated on the background survey conducted during the study. The average amount of daily consumption of these smokeless tobacco products were considered as 10 grams. When calculating the total daily intake for each trace element, the copper and the lead were far way beyond the permissible limits of human daily intake from any food or drink. So, ladies and gentlemen, so the literature clearly shows the presence of excess amount of copper and lead in the whatever the substance will directly augment the progression of the cancer. We have identified the molecular drivers and the VEGFR2 MAP kinase pathway and some external risk factors like rhodamine B, alkaloids, copper and lead. In final part of my presentation, I'll be connecting these two fields using computational biology. We used the computational biology to estimate the strength of interaction and the binding affinity of the selected 4 alkaloids in erica nut and the rhodamine B against the cell surface receptors, which we went through the literature and published literature and found these 10 receptors that we have listed here having higher affinity and higher potential of developing oral cancers. We used many open source databases for the amino acid sequences and development of the Swiss model and to create the ligands for alkaloids and rhodamine B. Then we look for the binding affinity and the energy levels according to the recommended protocols. So what you can see here is the three-dimensional Swiss model of the proteins that we have generated according to the protocols. So, ladies and gentlemen, the arachidine, which is a part of one of the alkaloids in the erica nut, displayed a strong binding affinity, specifically targeted the urokinase type plasminogen activator receptor. These receptors are already known for the tumor invasion and metastasis. Furthermore, we analyzed the affinity of the newly discovered carcinogen in the slake lime, the rhodamine B, against all 10 receptors. So rhodamine B has shown a strong binding affinity for vascular endothelial growth factor 2 receptor, and the second highest affinity went for urokinase type plasminogen activating receptor. This strong association provides a molecular rationale for the epidemiological links that we have seen. This suggests that the rhodamine B is a carcinogen found on the slake lime that may directly trigger or augmented the angiogenesis of the vascular endothelial growth factor 2 activation, while both rhodamine B and arachidine promotes the tumor invasion on working on the urokinase type plasminogen activator receptor. This computational evidence strongly confirms how the external chemicals contribute for significantly and development of the progression of a cancer. Let us bring the molecular journey to a conclusion now. We have analyzed genes, toxins, and algorithms and their role in prevention and management of oral cancers. The key findings of my area of research are the establishment of the consistent and significant elevation of vascular endothelial growth factor protein in both OPMD and oral cancer patients. And we have developed a collectively correlating strong relationship with the stage and the grade of the tumor. Furthermore, the overexpression of the vascular endothelial growth factor 2 receptor and the upregulation of the NRAS and the CRAF genes in the MAP kinase pathway were confirmed as a hallmark of the tumor progression. We identified rhodamine B, a banded textile dye, as a coloring agent used to color the pink slake lime samples, and we identified the presence of dangerous levels of group 1 carcinogenic alkaloids and heavy metals such as lead, commonly in the commercially available smokeless tobacco products. This computational analysis provided a crucial link suggesting the arachidine showed a higher affinity for urokinase type plasminogen activator receptor and rhodamine B binding strongly with the VEGFR2. Collectively, these results not only bridges the important knowledge gaps regarding the oral cancers, but serve as a strengthening strategies in prevention, early detection, and management of oral potentially malignant disorders and oral squamous cell carcinoma. Moving forward, this research opens pathway for several crucial future directions. We must validate and utilize the vascular endothelial growth factor A as a prognostic or follow-up biomarker in clinical setting. We need to explore the possibility of using anti-angiogenic targeting drugs, especially the anti-VEGFR drug therapies in oral cancers, specifically, potentially by combining with the conventional surgical treatments. Finally, the computational biology techniques should be utilized further and designed and used further to develop anti-cancer drugs, particularly focusing on blocking the overexpressed genes like RAS and RAF. The molecular journey would have not been possible without substantial financial support. I wish to acknowledge the generous funding received through the various organizations, including University of Sri Jawaharlal, University Grant Commission, and New Zealand Dental Foundation. I offer my deepest gratitude to my PhD supervisors, Senior Professor Surangi Asawardana and Professor Manjula Veerasekaran from University of Sri Jawaharlal, Professor Alison Rich and Professor Harsha De Silva from University of Otago, New Zealand. I also wish to thank my former head of the department, Professor Harsha Disanayake, for providing institutional environment and the resources necessary for the research work. My appreciation goes to all my collaborators, Professor Haisal Hussaini, Dr. Trudy Millan from University of Otago, Professor Pradeep Jaivira from University of Sri Jawaharlal, Dr. Kanishka De Silva, and Dr. Renuka Gunasinghe from Apeksha Hospital, Maharagam, and my undergraduate and postgraduate research students and the entire research team. It's your dedication and your rigorous efforts, shared vision, and all these factors turn all these hypotheses into discoveries. Importantly, my thanks extend to the patients who have participated and keeping trust on us and by giving their samples and the data. I wish to thank colleagues in my Department of Anatomy, the consultants, medical officers, support staff, nursing staff at the study sites, including Colombo South Teaching Hospital, Apeksha Hospital, Maharagama, Dental Institute, Colombo. Dr. Dilrukshi Munusinghe, Madam, thank you for initially informing me to apply for this oration. I'm really grateful for you. Then the dedicated support staff within the Department of Anatomy and Microbiology at the faculty. Thank you very much for your constant assistance. The challenges. So this picture clearly reflects and gives the self-explanatory explanation for what I have undergone. So I personally feel this picture suits me. Yeah, I stand here and my supervisors and mentors standing behind me. It clearly says, I got your back, son. Keep the next step without any fear. So I'm fortunate enough to have my supervisors and who are sitting in the audience, who are my pillars of success. During this long journey of this molecular pathology, I found these few challenges. First is to find a correct placement, and the second one is to find a correct mentor and a supervisor. And also, being an MBBS graduate, it was a huge challenge for me to learn about all these molecular biology things, starting from the pipetting. So this interest, the pure interest that I developed for this work, actually driven me into deeper and deeper into these factors, and I clearly adjusted for that particular environment. I should thank my supervisors and all the colleagues for these funding opportunities that I received, because this type of research cannot be done without securing a funding source. And also, I would like to highlight this journey was not a very smooth one. It is not on bed of roses. So I had a lot of ups and downs. So my supervisors were there to correct me. So it is very important to find a correct supervisor or a correct trainee for your postgraduate pathway. So finally, I'm a product of a free education. I'm very grateful for that. So also I went for my postgraduate training to University of Otago, New Zealand, where I got exposed for different type of nature, the exposure, the starting from the language, the food pattern, everything was different there. So I gained a lot of important techniques, the training and the experiences. And I returned back to my motherland in 2018. And when I was returning, that is the most important point I want to highlight during these challenges, I brought a lot of experience that I gained during my foreign training, and I delivered it to the clinicians and the other researchers, because to disseminate whatever the knowledge that I have gained from my foreign training. That is what the most important point I want to emphasize for my postgraduate trainings. You have to bring your whatever the gain knowledge and deliver it to Sri Lankans. Finally, I extend my deepest thanks to most profound gratitude to the most important people in my life. That is my family. So my parents, Amma and Tata, thank you for being my strength and the unwavering belief that you all have kept from the very beginning. My lovely wife, Sandhu, for the support, encouragement, and the patience you express in my professional journey. And to my extended family, my father-in-law, mother-in-law, and my brother and sister-in-law, thank you for your continuous support and understanding the love throughout and in this demanding academic career. This achievement is dedicated to all of you all. Thank you very much for your patience listening.
Thank you for your insightful speech, Dr. Sajith Edirisinghe. While we move forward, it has offered us numerous things to reflect upon. Ladies and gentlemen, as we near the end of our inauguration, it is now time for our vote of thanks. To deliver the vote of thanks, I invite the chairperson of the PGIM ARS 2025, Dr. Amodini Rajakaruna, to express our gratitude to all those who made this event possible.
Dear distinguished guests and colleagues, it gives me great pleasure to address you as the chairperson of the Annual Research Symposium 2025 of the Postgraduate Institute of Medicine. Organizing this year's symposium has been both a very rewarding and enlightening journey, a one that reflects the collective effort, creativity, commitment of a remarkable team of people who believe in the power of research to transform the healthcare. The PGIM Annual Research Symposium has always been more than just an academic event. It's a celebration of inquiry, a platform for sharing, and a community for growth. It brings together our trainees, trainers, researchers, and resource persons to exchange ideas, challenge perspectives, and reflect on how we can continuously improve healthcare delivery in Sri Lanka. Each year, we also choose a theme that reflects not only the trends in medical science, but also the ethical and human dimensions of our work. This year's theme, Ethics and Medical Legal Awareness in Healthcare, is especially meaningful. It reminds us that our commitment to patients must be guided not just by knowledge and skill, but by integrity, fairness, and respect for the law. Today, we are deeply honored to have with us Mr. Jeffrey Alagaratnam, President's Counsel, as our keynote speaker. Sir, thank you very much for gracing for accepting our invitation and for bringing to us your unique perspectives from the legal world on this timely theme. We look forward to your insights on how law, ethics, and medicine can work together for the greater good. And our heartfelt thanks goes to our chief guest, Emeritus Professor Jayantha Jayawardena, whose long-standing contribution to academia and leadership continues to inspire us. Sir, we are privileged to have you with us today. An event of this scale is never the result of one person's effort. It's a collective achievement, and today I want to take a few moments to express my sincere gratitude to those who made it possible. First, I extend my deepest thanks to the previous director, Professor Senaka Rajapaksha, and the current acting director, Professor Pandula Siribaddana, for entrusting me and the organizing committee with this responsibility. And also we want to thank for their constant guidance and encouragement. My heartfelt appreciation goes to my senior colleagues, Dr. Sudat Dharmaratna, Dr. Rasnayaka Mudiyanse, Dr. Modini Jayavikrama, Dr. Damayanti Piris, Dr. Kamani Samasingha, and Dr. Himani Molligoda for their wisdom, advice, and generous support throughout the planning process. And a very special word of thanks goes to Mrs. Dilhani and Mrs. Chandima, our senior assistant librarians, and their team in the library for their kind support. We are also grateful to the Deputy Registrar, Mrs. Anusha Sabanathan, and the tireless administrative teams led by Ms. Preetika of the General Administration Branch, Mr. Shifa of the Academic Branch, Mr. Shanta Ranavira from the Examinations Branch, Mrs. Shamika from the Foreign Branch. Their professionalism and willingness to help us at every stage ensured that the many logistical details were handled seamlessly. The financial processes were well supported by the Deputy Bursa, Mrs. Ayomi De Silva, and the Assistant Bursa, Ms. Taliba, along with their dedicated staff. Thank you for ensuring that everything was managed smoothly and transparently. A special acknowledgement goes to our demonstrators and research assistants, Ms. Cynthia Rexon, Ms. Dilki Tatsarni, whose efficiency and dedication have been instrumental in managing the editorial process and abstract compilation. Also, I really want to appreciate Mr. Devin Vindula, Ms. Dilni Pereira, Ms. Mindula, Ms. Hevindi, Ms. Imasha and Ms. Sivandi, some of them who actually left us, but their tireless efforts over the past few months have been a driving force behind this symposium. We must also recognize the support of Medical Education Resource Center staff, Ms. Madhushika, Mr. Niroshana, as well as the IT branch led by Mr. Palitha and supported by Mr. Supun, Mr. Dushan, and Mr. Tilina. Your expertise and enthusiasm made our virtual systems, visuals, and technical arrangements work flawlessly. And to everyone, staff and volunteers from all PGIM branches who contributed behind the scenes with genuine enthusiasm, whether or not your names are mentioned, please know that your support has been really invaluable, and we deeply appreciate each and every one of you. To all the authors and researchers who submitted their work, congratulations. Your efforts represent the heart of this symposium. And each study that will be presented today here reflects the dedication, perseverance, and the desire to make a difference in the lives of patients and communities. We are also thankful to our abstract reviewers, judges, chairpersons, who generously gave their time, energy, and expertise to maintain the high academic standards of this symposium. Your contribution not only strengthens this event, but also helps sustain a culture of scientific rigor and constructive dialogue within the PGIM. As we look ahead, I encourage all postgraduate trainees to continue your research journeys beyond this symposium. A single project may seem small, but every question you pursue adds another piece to the great mosaic of medical knowledge. Before I conclude, I want to express once again my heartfelt thanks to every member of the PGIM community who helped make this symposium a success. It has been an absolute honor for me to chair this year's event and to work with such a committed and talented group of colleagues. I hope today's session will not only inspire new research, but also foster reflection on the kind of professionals we aspire to be and the kind of healthcare system we wish to build for our country. Thank you once again to all our distinguished guests, keynote speaker, our chief guest, and all participants for being part of this meaningful day. I wish you a very fruitful and engaging symposium ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam, for those heartfelt words of appreciation. We will now break for refreshments and an opportunity to view the poster presentations which have been set up in the third floor. This is a wonderful chance to engage with the research work displayed by our talented participants. The oral sessions will start at 11:30 in the auditorium, and I welcome you to attend them. Thank you.
Check one, this one. Check one. Check one, this one. Check one, this. Check one, check one. Check one, this one. Check one. Check one. Check one, this one. Check one. Check one, this one. Check one. Check one, this one. Check one. Check one. Test 1, 1, check 1, test. Test 1, check 1, test. Test 1.
We will now proceed with the oral presentations. The session 1 will be under the theme of Public Health, Medical Administration and Medical Education. This session will be chaired by Dr. Rasnayaka Modianse and will be judged by Dr. Singhadi Silva and Dr. Sudat Dharmaratna.
Good morning, everyone. I am Dr. Buddhima Mana Peruma, Senior Registrar in Community Pediatrics. Today, I would be presenting our study on undernutrition and its contributing factors among children aged 6 to 24 months attending a tertiary care hospital, a cross-sectional descriptive study. Undernutrition in children is one of the most critical public health issues, both globally and locally. It is defined as deficiency of nutrients encompassing wasting, stunting, underweight, and micronutrient deficiencies. When we take global and Sri Lankan prevalence, for stunting it is around 22%, and for wasting it's around 10%, and for underweight it's around 15%. When we take the first 1,000 days of life, particularly 6 to 24 months, it's a critical window for brain and child growth. If there are nutritional deficiencies, this can cause irreversible damage. So determining the factors for undernutrition is vital for effective interventions. Our study objectives were threefold: to determine proportion of undernutrition and its contributing factors in children aged 6 to 24 months attending Colombo South Teaching Hospital, and to identify socio-demographic characteristics of caregivers and their relationships with undernutrition, and to evaluate complementary feeding practices and their relationship with undernutrition. We conducted the cross-sectional descriptive study at Colombo South Teaching Hospital, recruited 246 child caregiver pairs, excluding chronic illnesses, with convenience sampling. Data collection were done through an interviewer-administered questionnaire on socio-demographics and WHO infant and young child feeding indicators, and nutritional status were assessed with anthropometric measures, which were plotted in WHO growth charts. Statistical analysis was done with SPSS software. What did we found? Results were showing undernutrition was hiding in plates and continues to affect a greater proportion of children in our cohort, even it is a urban tertiary care setting. When we take malnutrition indicators, the burden of undernutrition was high in our cohort, with figures indicating higher proportion of children having severe acute malnutrition or wasting. Undernutrition was significantly associated with annual income of families. We can see here there is a steady gradient in undernutrition with increasing annual income, and there is a slight rise in overweight with increasing annual income of families. Undernutrition was significantly associated with maternal age. 15% of children born to mothers aged 20 to 24 years were having underweight, and 17% of children born to mothers aged 25 to 29 years were having underweight. 11% of children born to mothers aged more than 30 years were having underweight, and 100% of children born to teenage mothers were having severe or moderate underweight. Complementary feeding quantity was significantly associated with child undernutrition. Out of the children who were having adequate quantity of complementary feeding, only 22% had wasting, while it was 42% out of the children who were having inadequate quantity of complementary feeding. We assessed the complementary feeding practices with WHO in infant and young child feeding indicators. This funnel chart shows there were comparatively good complementary feeding practices with regard to timely initiation of complementary feeding, meal frequency, food consistency, and dietary diversity. But there were significant gaps in micronutrient intakes of children, particularly iron and vitamin C. Maternal education was significantly associated with child undernutrition. This heat map shows children born to mothers who had only primary school education were showing highest rates of undernutrition, 83, 67, and 65% respectively, while children born to mothers who had completed A-levels and graduate higher education were having lower rates of undernutrition. So in conclusion, our study showed there is a high burden of undernutrition among 6 to 24 months old children attending tertiary care hospital, Colombo South Teaching Hospital, with wasting being the most prevalent form. And undernutrition in these children were linked to low annual income, maternal education, and poor complementary feeding practices. And there were significant gaps in complementary feeding practices. Our recommendation were to reinforce community level interventions with particular attention to children of teenage mothers with, for households with income below 20,000 per month and mothers with only primary education. And special support should be given for caregiver education with regard to iron-rich food and dietary diversity, and implement practical food-based support to develop recipes for affordable nutrient-dense complementary foods using locally available ingredients, and to strengthen system beyond health and advocate secondary education of girls to break the cycle of malnutrition. Thank you, and these are my references.
Thank you. Well done. Congratulations.
Thank you.
How do you compare your statistics, I mean the malnutrition rates, with other countries, Malaysia, Bangladesh,
Yes.
India?
I compared with the global rates, sir. Stunting was relatively low in our cohort, whereas acute malnutrition wasting was higher in our cohort, and underweight was similar in percentage, which were 15%.
Okay. You can ask questions if you have.
Regarding the sample size, like have you used a formula for sample size calculation, and what
Yes,
was the
sir.
prevalence that you used for like calculation?
I used a formula where n equals, there is a complicated equation, sir, and prevalence was taken from Sri Lankan prevalence, which were 15% for underweight and around 20% for acute malnutrition, and stunting around 16%.
What about parent size, parents' height in your consideration? Did you take that into consideration?
No, sir. I only took the children's anthropometric measurements, sir, and socio-demographics of parents.
I noticed that younger age was the worst culprit.
Yes.
It was not highlighted adequately, I felt.
Sir.
That's right.
Yes.
Age of the mother
Yes.
and the malnutrition. So there's a relationship, isn't
Yes.
it?
Yes. Sir.
But your recommendation, you have not mentioned anything about that one.
Actually, I mentioned, sir, for teenage mothers, we have to specifically concern community level intervention for teenage mothers, children of adolescent mothers.
Right.
Thank you very much. Thank you for nice presentation. Next presenter is NND Dharmaratna.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Dr. Nilani Dharmaratna. I'm a senior registrar in health informatics. My study topic is integrating AI to medical education, readiness, knowledge, and expectations of preclinical academics of the Faculty of Medicine, University of Colombo. AI or artificial intelligence has influenced everything in today's world. From mobile phones to cutting-edge clinical systems, AI has become an integral part. On the other hand, medical knowledge half-life has dropped to 73 days. Hence, medical education is no exception, has to keep up with the pace. My focus of this study is preclinical education because it is the most theory intensive, and it is the transition phase from teacher-led school learning to self-directed university learning. This transition can be smoothed by AI. For successful integration of AI in medical education, technical feasibility, knowledge, and most importantly, positive mindsets of academics and students would matter. Hence, to assess readiness, knowledge, and perceptions and expectations of preclinical academic staff, I developed this study. This was a descriptive cross-sectional study, and my participants were academic staff from basic sciences stream who are involved in preclinical education at Faculty of Medicine, University of Colombo. Data collection was done by an online self-administered questionnaire validated through expert review and pilot study. 48.2% academics responded, and out of them 57.1 were male, and most of them were in 35 to 44 years age group. 50% of them were professors. ICT proficiency and AI awareness. Their ICT proficiency was moderate, and it had significant association with male gender, and there was no significant association with age. 86% were aware of usage of AI in medical education. Nevertheless, only 28.6 had used AI to aid medical education. When it comes to the terminology used in AI, all of them could understand it or can potentially explain the term artificial intelligence. But more than 25% of academics have never heard of common terms of AI like machine learning, neural network, deep learning, and algorithm in the context of computer. Interest in incorporating AI in medical education. Around 71% were very interested in incorporating AI in medical education. There were no significant association with gender or age, and they were moderately confident in adoption of AI in medical education, and no significant association with gender or age. As they perceive, main factors influencing the interest were improved teaching efficiency and improved learning outcomes. Perceptions on AI. When it comes to the perceptions of AI, more than 75% were either strongly agree or agree that they would trust teaching, learning, and assessment using AI. And in case of discrepancy between opinions, human teachers' opinion would be more accurate than AI. And also AI will raise new ethical and equity challenges in medical education. And around 90% of the academics strongly disagreed that human teachers will be completely replaced by AI in future. Expectations on AI. More than all academics strongly agreed that automation of administrative tasks can free up more time for lecturers, and it will have a number of benefits for students. And also around 90% of the academics, even 75% were interested to create their own AI algorithms or applications. Preferred training methods for AI integration. All academics prefer training workshops, and also most of them favor technical assistance and collaboration with developers and on designing effective collaborations. For example, Department of Computer Science. One academic emphasized the importance of AI workshops for medical students as well. In conclusion, academics of basic sciences stream at Faculty of Medicine, University of Colombo have high enthusiasm for AI integration, but they have limited hands-on experience with moderate confidence. So I recommend targeted training and developing institutional policies and giving technical support for effective implementation. I would like to thank you all and express my sincere gratitude for my supervisors, Professor Pandula Siribaddana and Dr. Roshan Hevapathiran. Thank you.
Thank you. It's open for questions. Can I ask the first question? Did you ask the question whether AI can deteriorate critical thinking and empathy? Do they believe that AI can deteriorate critical thinking and empathy?
This was designed to assess their perceptions, knowledge, readiness, and expectations, sir.
Okay.
So
Now that's a
yes,
question
sir.
that is discussed all over.
Yes, sir.
That's thank you.
Okay.
Any?
I have one question. It's a very interesting presentation.
Yes.
Regarding the response rate, it's an online survey. I know they
Yes.
have got a response rate of 48%. So
Yes,
what were the measures that you followed to like improve the response rate?
First, I directly contacted with Dean sir, and I asked for his help for data collection. And also I found the emails and sent the emails directly. And following, after about 2 weeks, I sent them again. I was earlier worried about the response rate, and then I checked for the online response rate. It's usually around 43%. So I tried several times, but I only got that. I thought they are busy, and also.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you, sir.
Interesting. Next presenter is KGRLA Kobbegala. His topic is knowledge of Sri Lankan doctors on the legal and ethical aspects of leave against medical advice.
Good day, all of you, dear sir and dear colleagues. I am Dr. Kobbagala, Registrar in Emergency Medicine, currently working in TH Peradeniya. Our study is knowledge of Sri Lankan doctors on the legal and ethical aspect of leave against medical advice. So moving on, this is our background. LAMA refers to patients who voluntarily leave before medical clearance. It carries actually ethical and legal as well as the clinical implication. Understanding of LAMA is crucial for the safe and ethical medical practice. But there was limited local data regarding this LAMA knowledge. So these are the key concepts that we use when we are accepting LAMA request: patient's autonomy, competency, and continuity of care. So these were our study objectives: assess knowledge and practical awareness regarding LAMA among medical officers, and identifying barriers for knowledge development regarding llama cases and propose recommendation to improve awareness and policy. So this is our study method. It was a cross-sectional descriptive type study, and there were 124 medical officers responded to our study, and they were from 46 hospitals in the Sri Lanka, and we have sent them structured self-administered Google questionnaire. And before that, we validated our questionnaire with an expert panel, which included consultant JMO, 2 consultant JMOs, and 1 consultant surgeon. And we included questions to cover, to assess the knowledge regarding ethical aspect, legal aspect, as well as the clinical application of this llama. And data analyzed using JASP software, 10 to 30 cases. And identified minor illness not requiring admission. Actually, it is very important point. Minor illness which is not requiring admission is the commonest cause for llama. And these are the knowledge findings. In the first 2 questions, I assessed about these theory concepts regarding llama. So I asked about the fundamental principles and about the assessment of competency of a patient. So for these 2 questions, the average marks were 73%. So you can see there is higher marks for these theory concepts. But in the 3rd to 8th questions, I assess about these clinical applications. So under that, I assess about handling a llama case in a with a life-threatening condition in a patient, and regarding issuing discharge card for a llama patient, and regarding providing a prescription, and regarding providing a drug for a llama patient from a hospital, and regarding handling a llama case which is not, that JMO and police clearance is not completed. In a situation, JMO and police clearance is not completed. And regarding handling a llama case of intoxicated patients. So you can see the average marks for these these questions were 57%. So you can see less marks for clinical application questions. And these are very important size. There was no significant association between knowledge and number of llama cases handled. P-value was 0.24. And there was no significant association between knowledge and year of experience. So we identified lack of standard protocol or guideline may be the cause for less increment of the knowledge with experience. And out of participants, 97.6% think they need more knowledge regarding legal and ethical aspect of handling llama cases. So these were the suggestions given by the participants. Incorporate this topic to pre-intern program, develop a general accepted legal protocol, legalized protocol per country, and develop a standard checklist of form for a llama patient, annual awareness program for new doctors joining the service, educate about llama through a CME program. Those were the suggestions. And these are the conclusions of our team. Knowledge regarding llama among medical officers is moderate. Ethical and legal awareness need reinforcement. Recommends inclusion in medical curriculum and CME programs. Development of national guideline is urgently needed. So these are our references. And thank you very much. And I would like to thank my team, including our expert panel as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You have done in time. Yes, I asked the first question anyway. What do you think about prevention of llama? Shouldn't we think of prevention of llama?
Yes, according to our studies, we found the main cause for the llama is when there is no requirement for the admission. So prevention of that, when there is no indication, the prevention of admission is the best thing. So if we can discharge from the A&E, that is the best thing.
Exactly. Paper is open for discussion. Yeah.
One question now is indeed a very good study and assessing the knowledge on llama. As chairperson mentioned, you identified that one of the most important reasons is admitting unwanted patients. So another things would be sometimes patients going Lama because of our toilet conditions are very poor. Our clinical care is not timely. That kind of things are not come up through your research. I think prevention is better than assessing the knowledge. Therefore, I think that gives some other room to study more on the subject.
Yes, sir. Actually, they have mentioned that those points as well in the study, sir. Actually, it was a pre-questions that they can comment about the freely for that questions. They have mentioned several points actually that sanitary regarding that sanitary facilities also included in there. But main point was that there was no indication. That was the main point.
Not giving the diagnosis card in time also is another thing. You
Yes.
get really annoyed. අපට ඕනේ නැහැ කියලා දාලා යනවා. Thank you then. Thank you very
Thank
much.
you.
Thank you.
Thank
Very interesting presentation.
Thank you.
Next presenter is P.M. Munasinghe. The topic is the dietary habits and associated factors of school children in the Colombo district in Sri Lanka.
Permission from all to do our study. Our study was the dietary habits and associated factors of the school children in the Colombo district in Sri Lanka. I am Munasinghe. We select the students from grade 6 to 13. The age limit was 10 to 19. It was adolescent age. We know that adolescent age is the transformative age, which has a lot of rapid and significant changes in all domains. The nutrition is the promotive important at this stage because it contributed 20% of final adult height, 50% contributed to final adult weight, as well as 40% final adult bone mass. However, the nutritional survey in our country have revealed that there are some nutrition-related issues available among our adolescents: stunting, wasting, and overweight and obesity anemia. The percentages are mentioned here. But dietary habits are direct association between the nutrition as well as the dietary habits established in the adolescent age is continue to be permanent in the adult age. In the Colombo district, as the most urbanized district in the country, this prevalence is more worst. And revealing of the existing actual dietary habits of the adolescent is the basic fundamental requirement for effective public health interventions. Our objective to describe the dietary habits and associated factors of school children from grade 6 to 13 from government schools in the Colombo district. We conduct a school-based cross-sectional study. The Colombo district has 399 schools. Our sample size was 1,200. And we select the students from probability proportionate to size. That method is applied twice to select the students from the schools, as well as we applied the random generation number method 3 times. We developed the self-addressed questionnaire and face and content validators, as well as we ensure the internal consistency as well as iterator reliability. The result, the mean number of participants from one grade is 142. These are the basic socio-demographic factors. Most of participants' mothers are housewives, fathers are employed in the private sector jobs. These are the consumption of the staple foods. Overwhelming majority of the participants consume the rice daily, 91.2%, as well as 68.8% participants consume even one kind of short eats, which is made of wheat flour products, daily. We analyze the other diets also. Food and other staple food consumed by participants. This frequency is 3 or more times per week. In here, there's a notable figure is milk. There's a low percentage of the participant consume the milk and milk-based products. These are the associated factors we analyzed. If we ask the diet is influenced by friends, the percentage was 61.8%. When the diet is influenced by social or mass media, the percentage is 56.2%. As well as the taste is the main concern when you select the food. The percentage was 60.2%. When the adolescents select the food, they give the nutrition value. When we select the food, the percentage is just 14%. The influence of the friends diet, influence of the friends to select the diet is significantly associated with their age. The grade 10 and 11 have more influence than other grades. Female students has more influence than others. As well as we found that the selection of the food is not associated with the education level of the parents at this stage. And percentage of the participants who consume 5 or more than 5 types of vegetables or fruits per day is just 30.1%. Another finding is the participants take the breakfast from the outside, especially the school canteens. In 3 times or more per week is 59.3%. In conclusion, the majority of adolescents don't consume the milk and milk-based products to fulfill their nutrition requirements. Consumption of the fruit and vegetables by the adolescent is not adequate according to food-based diet guidelines. Another important thing is the school canteen play a prominent role to ensure the diet habits of the students. Taking food from the outside, adolescent is mutually exclusive from whether the mother is employed or not. These are the references.
Thank you. We have enough time to ask many questions now. That's interesting. Now you said that milk consumption is not adequate, and it looks like you believe that if you improve milk consumption, that will contribute for you.
Sorry, sir?
Now, did you analyze your data based on the Pradeshiya Lekam Karyala in Colombo district?
No.
Different? No.
No, we analyze on as a district, sir.
Yeah. Now, you said that Colombo is worse. Did you casually say that, or are you sort of serious about it?
Yes, sir. The Colombo is the most urbanized district in the country.
Yes.
The availability of the unhealthy foods are more prevalent.
Agree.
As well as the access to the such avenues are more.
No, the question is that is Colombo experiencing worse malnutrition?
No.
When you presented it, it appears as if Colombo has the worst malnutrition. You mean the diet habits?
Diet habits.
Okay. So another sort of very casual question. Now, why do you say that eating from canteen can lead to malnutrition?
The availability.
Sorry, I'm asking a foolish question, but it just,
Yes, sir. The only thing is our suggestion is that to ensure the availability of healthy foods in the canteen is the crucial step to ensure their health and well-being. But thing is, simply because the food is healthy, the adolescents rejected it. It should be youth-oriented foods. For instance, one story, one food handler as well as the canteen owner mentioned, when the Veralo is available, the students rejected. When they prepared it's a form of juice, put a modern glass and straw, they will consume it. That's the thing, that simply because the food is healthy, they will not accept it.
So again, I'm asking like a layman. Huh? Do we believe that rice is more nutritious than bread?
No.
Now the this application of these regulations, education ministry.
Yes, sir.
There are food. What sort of food should be available at the canteen? Was it in practice or?
Yes, sir. All the rules and regulations, circulars are more than enough, but implementation process is like behind that. The thing is, all the guidelines are available. The canteen, the awareness programs are conducting over and over again, but certain things, certain places are not corrected still.
Now in school medical inspection, do the PHIs, they go and,
Yes, sir. They conduct usual their duties. where the canteen, inspect the canteen according to the H8 standard forms.
Very much. Thank you then. Very interesting paper.
Here to present our research co-designing a teleconsultation system for resource constraint settings, and this is insights from a qualitative requirement study. So our research problem is that rural communities in Sri Lanka, which accounts for about 80% of Sri Lankan population, among them have very remote locations. And healthcare access is usually challenged by geographic isolation, poor transportation and connectivity, care-seeking costs, and limited local clinical expertise. So our study was seeded at the Rural Health Research Center in Kataragama. So this is situated approximately about 4 hours from the Faculty of Medicine, University of Colombo. Because of these logistic issues, only periodic outreach health camps could be conducted. And there were real concerns about care continuity and follow-up. So the proposed solution for this was implementation of teleconsultation, which is consulting the doctor-patient, making the doctor-patient consultation enabled through technology. So an action design research was undertaken to accomplish this, and it took a staged approach of 3 stages with requirements formulation, design and development, and system evaluation. So this abstract, I'm presenting the findings from the requirements formulation. So this was undertaken to define and prioritize the contextualized requirements for the given rural context. So this is a qualitative study. It was conducted in both the Colombo premises as well as Kataragama. So the first stage was semi-structured interviews. So this involved 3 distinct parties that have a stake in this. So key stakeholders and informants from the institutional level, and the immediate users of the health center, as well as patients represented both urban and rural Kataragama areas. So these were sampled purposefully for the staff and conveniently for the patients. So the idea here was not to generalize things, but to build something that is truly valid. So these then their insights were analyzed using a thematic analysis using Brown and Clark's 6-phase model, and the requirements were defined with cyclical involvement in the health center group in multiple rounds of discussion, consensus building, and prioritization. And I used what you call a Moscow matrix as a tool to guide this, to identify what are the must-haves, what are the should-haves, what are the could-haves, and what are the unessential things. Because just because some people mention some things, we cannot do everything within the given resource constraints. So finally, requirements were formulated to address the identified priorities. So 27 interviews were conducted, 10 themes were identified, 39 requirement themes were assigned under them, and 33 system requirements were formulated. So broadly, the 10 core themes fall under 3 umbrellas. The first one is contextual and environmental factors, and the care delivery experience, and the system design and sustainability. So these address technical, legal, ethical, cultural expectations, and digital equity concerns, clinical quality, and opportunities for care improvement, user experience, integrating with existing systems, reliability, and sustainability. So the 33 requirements fall under 2 camps. 16 functional requirements which describe what the system must do. So these, most importantly, comprised of an operator-mediated hub and spoke model for teleconsultation, which means the Colombo Center would act as a hub, and the spokes are the remote Kataragama, and in future any other places like Batikolo and those remote areas. And in addition to that, there would be an operator at that rural centers, because we have identified certain limitations and challenges that need to be overcome with teleconsultation. Then real-time audio and video communication and honoring the bandwidth and connectivity conditions, appointment booking, remote prescription, and medical records management. Also 70 non-functional requirements, which are basically quality attributes the users want. So they strongly suggested that all data must be on faculty premises and not on any cloud servers. And secure communication, intuitive user interface, scalability, uptime, and accountability, and those sorts of things. So this is just a snapshot of the thematic diagram. And through our Moscow approach, we identified certain must-haves and what are the nice-to-haves and things like that. So in conclusion, these stakeholder-driven requirements for a telemedicine platform align the institutional expectations, clinical realities, and resource constraints. And this methodology guides ambiguous user expectations into clear, actionable system requirements. And it offers a replicable model. And also, an interesting point, operator-mediated hub-and-spoke model emerged as a promising teleconsultation configuration for navigating rural constraints. But this requires further validation. Thank you.
Thank you. Interesting presentation. Now, you I'm asking you, did you evaluate the need for having teleconsultation? Now, Kataragama, they have enough doctors. Why do they should look for teleconsultation? Because I feel that there is a misperception in the community. Consultation should come from a consultant in Colombo, Kandy. So,
yeah,
are you sort of supporting that myth, or are you sort of, busting that myth?
I mean, there is a certain need, because we interviewed several patients from Kataragama, actually 5 patients, and most of them had some stories. For example, one patient had osteoporotic disease and osteoarthritis, sorry, and they had to go to Hambantota, which took about, I think, 1.5 to 2 hours sometimes. And they had, they went to the divisional hospital there, which is usually within 15 to 20 minutes. And there are other instances where one person said that person treated by a general practitioner there for gastritis died at a wedding due to a cardiac attack. So the quality concern is still there. We do not know. I am not going to detail.
Well, I will not get into argument on that. I feel if somebody from a periphery need a teleconsultation, probably they should work with the GP. And this, gastritis, cardiac, MI mess up is you can't stop by doing teleconsultation. Sorry, I'm just trying to speak. Okay, any questions from the audience?
Actually, Ministry of Health, yes, started this kind of telemedicine programs, for especially the rural sector. Last year also they started. That prevents overcrowding at the secondary and tertiary levels. So my question is, you just did on a qualitative study. Why didn't you ask questions the feasibility among them, some other method, right? Using question or something like that.
Because questionnaires would structure the conversation. So we wanted to align because it's a product that is going to be used by the faculty, and we had to incorporate the high-level decision makers, what they want, where they want this to evolve, and then also the health context center and the patients, because they are expecting their cultural expectations. So because of that diversity, I decided to go for an interview approach. Otherwise, if I pre-decide and ask for responses, we might not be able to explore the depth. So that is why, because it's a lot of work ongoing, work better not be wasted. That was the thinking.
My point is actually because those lot of people they are in smartphones, right? So now using mixed methods will improve the validity of your study.
Yeah, absolutely. Yes.
While agreeing on what Dr. Sudhat says, I would like to come and contact you and learn about this, qualitative studies, and a lot of looks like very scientific. I don't know that much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Then we'll move to the next presenter. Thank you. SKAB Dilhara. Prevalence and predictors of depression among junior doctors in Sri Lanka. The role of personality traits.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Dr. SKAB Dilhara from Teaching Hospital Anuradhapura, first year psychiatry registrar. My presentation examines the prevalence of screen-positive depression among junior doctors in Sri Lanka, and it explores whether personality traits have a role to play in depression. Depression has been extensively studied in relation to personality structure. International literature highlights consistent associations between several traits such as neuroticism with an increased vulnerability to depressive symptoms, while traits like extraversion and openness may have a protective effect against depression. However, most existing results and evidence is drawn from Western settings and high-income countries. There is a lack in evidence from South Asian medical professionals. So junior doctors in Sri Lanka also work in high-pressure environments, yet the potential influence of personality traits on their mental health has not been adequately investigated so far. So this study was therefore designed to explore how personality traits may have related to prevalence of depression in this context. This study had 3 aims. First, to estimate the prevalence of screen-positive depression, defined as a patient health questionnaire 9 score of 10 or above among junior doctors in Sri Lanka. Second, to identify the predominant personality traits in this population. And third, to assess whether any of these traits showed an association with depression scores. Moving on to methodology. A cross-sectional online survey was conducted between the 4th and 17th of May 2025 among 450 randomly selected post-intern medical officers in Sri Lanka. Depression was assessed using the Patient Health Questionnaire 9, and personality traits were measured using the Big 5 inventory of a 50-item questionnaire. Both were validated tools for assessment of these two entities, and the associations between depression scores and personality traits were examined using descriptive statistics, correlation analysis, and logistic regression using the SPSS version 25. It is important to note that although there are many recognized risk factors for depression, such as workload, gender, family circumstances, and other socio-demographic factors, no confounding variables are adjusted for in this analysis. So this is a methodological limitation in this study and should be kept in mind when interpreting the findings. In the results, we found that the prevalence of screen-positive depression was 88.2%, and the mean PHQ-9 score was 13.5, which falls well above the cutoff of 10. In terms of severity, just over 11% were in the mild range, nearly half were in the moderate range, around a third in the moderately severe category, and a smaller proportion, just under 5%, was reported to have severe symptoms. These figures reflect a higher than normal burden of depressive symptomatology in this group. Personality association-wise, none of the Big 5 personality traits showed a statistically significant association with screen-positive depression. Adjustment for confounding factors. These findings should be interpreted cautiously. I emphasize on that again. In conclusion, the prevalence of screen-positive depression among junior doctors in Sri Lanka is exceptionally high according to this study and exceeds most international estimates. And in contrary to expectations based on global literature, personality traits did not significantly predict the depression in this sample. The absence of confound adjustment limits causal inference, but these findings suggest that external occupational stressors may play a more role in affecting depression than personality dimensions itself. So, in conclusion, no association was found between the prevalence of depression and personality dimensions in this study. And my implications and recommendations are, as these results indicate an urgent need for interventions at the level of workplace-based interventions, workload regulation, confidential access to mental health support, structured mentorship, and stigma reduction effects can be key areas of action that we can implement. Also, improving doctor well-being is not only for individual health, and it is good for sustaining safe and effective patient care within the healthcare system. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Paper is open for discussion.
It's a nice presentation.
Thank you, sir.
I have a couple of questions. First one, regarding the validity of the tool that you have used. Is it validated for our setting? The second question is, like there were some screen positive cases. Like, what did you do for those? Like, especially for the severe cases, like any follow-up? Yeah, those are the two questions.
First question, sir. Both tools were validated in English language, and I used the questionnaires in English language itself, as the study population was medical professionals who have enough knowledge to understand basic simple English. That was an assumption I made. And for the second question, sir, could you please repeat?
You have come across screen positive patients,
yes,
severe cases as well. So what did you do for those?
Sir, my study was completely confidential, and I could not collect any data that could identify the individuals who participated in my study. So there was a limitation to follow up.
One question, it's an interesting study. Have you collected socio-demographic data, and whether you assess the relationship between this status versus this depression prevalence?
Only basic information like age and gender was collected. No other demographic data was collected.
Gender-wise, you didn't analyze depression
no,
prevalence?
I couldn't analyze, sir.
You repeated said very high incidence, but then you didn't compare with any other country or any other professions. Have you got any information regarding lawyers or farmers or any other category in Sri Lanka or other countries, doctors in other countries?
I actually compared to other medical professionals in other countries, sir. Medical professionals in other countries.
What is the prevalence there?
It was around 30 to 40% in almost all the countries, with the higher prevalence in South Asian category.
Yeah, I mean, when you have in a study 30% in another country and 80% in this country, what are you how are you going to handle that situation?
The work stress and burnout might have overshadowed this personality traits.
Can you say that, I mean, this study has not looked at the workload at all?
No,
but in recommendations you say that you need to look into the workload, which I think as a researcher I don't agree with.
Initially, sir, I couldn't adjust for confounders. That's why I repeatedly mentioned that further studies should adjust for confounders and continue the study.
I'm sorry, from chair, I'm telling that I will repeat this study and see whether why we are having, out of this group, at least there must be 20, 30 who are having early depression.
Of course, this study population was initially exposed to a high stress environment because I chose 2021 to 2023 post-intern batches. They underwent stressors from COVID infection as well as economic crisis in 2022 that would have overshadowed the results. Thank you for the comments.
Yeah, but data, I think, get the latest data and assess and present, because sometimes back data is not maybe valid today. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Rukshani Gunaratna, Senior Registrar in Pediatrics. Today I'll be talking to you regarding the findings of our study on growth outcomes of exclusively breastfed preterm neonates, specifically the time taken to double the birth weight in a Sri Lankan level 3 NICU. So this was carried out at Teaching Hospital Peradeniya Neonatal Intensive Care Unit, and study was done after obtaining ethical clearance from the Ethical Review Committee of Teaching Hospital Peradeniya. So preterm birth is a major cause of neonatal mortality and morbidity worldwide. With the advancement in care, preterm neonates tend to survive more compared to earlier. Because of that, meeting the nutritional requirements of these preterm neonates have become a challenge worldwide. So, exclusive breastfeeding is universally recommended throughout the world, but there is still debates regarding the adequacy of exclusive breastfeeding among the preterm neonates. So, when considering literature, there aren't that many studies that compares formula feeding versus maternal breast milk, specifically in preterm neonates, whether it is adequate or not to achieve their growth potentials. So the WHO recommendation is for low birth weight infants are to start on breastfeeding as soon as possible after birth once they are clinically stable, and recommends to continue exclusive breastfeeding until 6 months of age. And Pgim guidelines state that for preterm neonates, the ideal feed would be fortified human milk from the mother. But in cases where mother's milk is not freely available, donor milk is preferred over preterm formula, especially for those born before 32 weeks of gestation and with a birth weight of less than 1.5 kilos. So data from our Sri Lankan growth outcomes of exclusively breastfed preterm neonates is sparse. So this is where we would like to bridge the gap. So there are some Indian studies they have carried out with large sample size, approximately around 350 neonates, preterm neonates involved. There they have shown that exclusive breastfeeding can lead to doubling the birth weight. The time taken to double the birth weight would be 10 to 12 weeks of age. This is another Sri Lankan study carried out at Teaching Hospital Peradeniya, where they have assessed retrospectively whether preterm neonates who has been exclusively breastfed during the neonatal period have achieved or not the expected mid-parental height at the age of 2 to 5 years with positive findings. This study has been done at DMH, and there they have assessed whether commencement of breastfeeding soon after birth within the first 24 hours have a positive outcome in the medical condition. Specifically, they have assessed about necrotizing colitis in this study, and as a result, they have found out that there is positive impact. So the objective of our study was to evaluate the time taken to double the birth weight of preterm neonates who were exclusively breastfed at NICU at Teaching Hospital, Peradeniya. So the method used was a descriptive study that analyzed prospective and retrospective data collected within the unit and during clinic follow-ups who were cared for at neonatal intensive care unit from January to December 2022. So eligible neonates were all exclusively breastfed. Severe sepsis, patient with severe sepsis, congenital malformations, necrotizing enterocolitis, and any other chronic illnesses were excluded from this study. Data on gestational age, birth weight, and time taken to double the birth weight were extracted and analyzed using descriptive statistics. So we had 28 neonates in our study, and all of them being less than 34 weeks of gestation. So after analysis, we found out that mean time taken to double the birth weight was 9.2 weeks, with a median of 9 weeks, with a range of 2 to 15 weeks, 15 being the maximum, and 2, there was just one neonate born at 30 weeks of gestation, which is like very rare. And 68% of the study population achieved doubling weight between 8 to 12 weeks after birth. This is consistent with international studies, especially Indian and other low middle income countries, which showed results of doubling birth weight 10 to 12 weeks. So this is according to the birth weight where they stand. So the time taken for less than 1 kilo babies to double the birth weight was had a mean of 9.5 weeks, while 1 to 1.5 kilo babies had a mean of 8 weeks. So this is according to the gestational age. 28 to 32 weekers had a mean of 9.4 weeks, and 30 to 34 weeks had a mean of 8.6. So in conclusion, I would like to say that exclusive breastfed preterm neonates admitted to a Sri Lankan level 3 NICU demonstrated satisfactory growth to reach their growth potential with a majority doubling birth weight between 8 to 12 weeks. So in our setting, we don't freely have human milk fortifiers. Even without that, if preterm healthy stable neonates are supported for lactation early and regularly, they can reach their growth potential without any other supplementation. So thank you.
Thank you and congratulations. What do you think? What is the reason for your success? And it sounds like you are even better than international. And what is the success?
Success in the sense like at Peradeniya, we usually promote breastfeeding. Even before the delivery, we sometimes tend to counsel the parents.
Others also do that, no? There's no,
yes.
You have not analyzed that to say,
yes.
talk about it, no?
Yes, the support from the staff as well as the mothers are very like cooperative, and they also want the best for the babies. So that's one thing. And
did you compare that with kangaroo care practice? I know that the Peradeniya is promoting kangaroo care. And you probably have 2 cohorts where you give kangaroo care and not kangaroo care. And then internationally also you may be having that kangaroo care. Whether that has been that has influenced the success?
Yes, definitely it has. But in this study, I haven't assessed that. Yeah.
So, paper is open for discussion.
There are a lot of researches have been done on the same subject to the time taken to double the birth weight. Yes. So your findings are more or less same or similar with the other previous literature?
They are better off than others, no? 9 to 12 versus 8 to 10, is that?
Yes, 8 to 12, but like that is 68% of the study population, so that is better, and little more than the Indian studies. But in Sri Lankan setting, we don't have much data regarding that. Like we have like studies in DMH and all, we have assessed other things, the medical outcomes of exclusive breastfeeding or initiation of breastfeeding within the first 24 hours. But this is the first study to assess the doubling time of the birth weight.
So in the absence of more questions, we'll move to the next paper. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next presenter is ADS Karunatilaka, Prevalence of Obsessive Compulsive Disorder among medical and non-medical arts and management undergraduates of 9 state universities of Sri Lanka during COVID-19 pandemic. Another depression, no? No, not depression, something else. Okay.
Good afternoon all. I am Sevanthi Karunatilaka, a pre-intern medical graduate, soon to start my career as a house officer. So it's a privilege to present our research abstract today on this ARS 2025. So this is our undergraduate research, and so our topic was prevalence of obsessive compulsive disorder (OCD) among medical and non-medical, specifically arts and management undergraduates of 9 state universities of Sri Lanka during the COVID-19 pandemic. So let's move the presentation. So you all know OCD is a very common psychiatric disorder which is characterized by pattern of constant undesirable thoughts, impulses, images that are invasive and lead to repetitive behaviors in order to reduce accompanying discomfort and anxiety. So according to the literature review of literature, it has affected 1.5% of the global population with a lifetime prevalence of 3% in Sri Lankan adults. And that disease has 2 parts, as obsessions and compulsions. So obsessions, as I previously said, they are very unwanted repetitive thoughts and impulses leading to repetitive compulsion to reduce the discomfort and anxiety. So we conduct our research during the COVID-19 pandemic. So during that COVID-19 pandemic, that environment has created fear, including potential that OCD, the COVID-19 environment, pandemic environment has created a fear inducing environment potential to increase the OCD level in all over the world and Sri Lankan population. So if we are talking about the background, so most of the time this has been an under-recognized and under-treated disease despite of its disabling outcomes. If we have follow up and attend to a psychiatric clinic, we can see there are a lot of students and the undergraduates and university students who are involved and attend to the clinics to take the treatment. And there are very few studies have been conducted in Sri Lanka regarding this prevalence, especially during the pandemic. But we do not wish to limit this study to only hygiene-related obsession and compulsions, because it's obvious during the COVID-19 pandemic there will be increase of that prevalence. And despite of the 1.6 to 2.3 prevalence of OCD in the community, our research will be the first report evaluating OCD prevalence in Sri Lanka during that COVID-19 pandemic area. And we wish that our findings will contribute for the future researches. So the objectives, general objective was to determine the effect of COVID-19 pandemic on the mental health of university undergraduate during that COVID-19 area. And we had 2 specific objectives. The first one was to determine the prevalence of OCD among undergraduate of 9 state universities of Sri Lanka. And we need to examine if the prevalence of OCD is greater among medical or non-medical, especially arts and management undergraduate of these state universities. So the method was, it was a descriptive cross-sectional study with voluntary participation. Then, as I explained, our study population was medical and non-medical undergraduates of the 2017-18 batch. And the data collection was done via online questionnaire, and we had circulated that Google question form after we obtained the ERC clearance. And the assessment tool is obsessive compulsive inventory revise scale, and it is a standardized scale which was invented by Fovea, a non-psychologist, and it was revised in 2002. And we use both the English and Sinhala translation. And the statistical analysis, the prevalence was calculated, and we use chi-square test to find the statistical association between the medical and non-medical undergraduates. So this is a description about the study instrument. Actually, the OCIR scale is a minor version of OCD scale, and it was standardized in the English language. And from Columbia University, it has translated to the Sinhala language, and we obtained the permission from the relevant authors, and we use it for our research. So let's go our results. So according to the prevalence and overall symptoms, according to our research, the total participant who filled our Google form was 505. Among them, only 498 fulfilled the inclusion criteria. So according to our analysis, there were 310 out of 498 who had OCRI scale greater than 21. That means, according to our questionnaire, we had 18 questionnaire, and it has marked from 1 to 72, and the mean score to have OCD was 28, and likely to have OCD was 21. So according to that criteria, there were 62.24%, which indicative of possible OCD. And the OCD prevalence in the study population was significantly high, and the common symptoms we identified are mostly obsessions are orderliness and contamination, and the common compulsions are checked and washing. You can see there are graphical demonstrations also. And about the statistical association, the contamination and OCD, there was a statistically significant association found between contamination and OCD symptoms. The p-value was around 0.03. And the fear of contamination is established as a possible risk factor for the OCD during COVID-19 pandemic. And there's a significant association was found between the presence of OCD and being a non-medical undergraduate. And so non-medical undergraduates showed a greater prevalence of 68.5% than the medical undergraduates. You can see the mean percentage of the prevalence of OCD with relevant to the faculties. Faculty of Art shows a 65.7, and Faculty of Management shows 69.3%, and Faculty of Medicine collectively shows 54.2%. So in conclusion, the OCD prevalence in Sri Lanka undergraduate population during the COVID-19 pandemic was significantly high. Then the key factors positively associated with OCD include contamination-related symptoms, and being a non-medical undergraduate. And a wide array of symptoms are present, with orderliness, contamination, checking, and washing being the commonest. So, and we had few limitations. We couldn't, because this is a confidential research, we couldn't collect their emails. Because of that, we can't provide the result notification to the participant. And we can't, because of that, we can't provide any psychiatric referral for the undergraduate who have likely to have OCD. So these are the reference list. And I would like to acknowledge our supervisor and other 4 group members of my research group, and all the participants who take part in our research, and to our faculty. So that's the end of my presentation. Thank you for your listening.
Thank you. Now, I notice your obsessions and compulsions are a list of things. And are they causing disability or disturbance to the life?
Yes, sir. Usually any person can have obsessions or compulsions during life, but if it is become interfering in your day-to-day life activities and it's cause a burden to your life.
Did you analyze it that way? Now, are you sort of analyzing obsession and compulsions that causing disturbance to the life, or without that?
OCD means within the scale, they have analyzed it, sir, because they have standardized the scale using 18 questions, and they have given a mean value around 28. 28 means it's likely diagnosing of OCD. 21 means likely to have OCD. So that it contain that the difficulty for day-to-day life and life activities.
But then in your list says that more vigilance, more attention, more observation and things like that. They are not sort of, that they can't cause disabilities as if you are managing them properly. Because we are talking about large numbers, 50%, big numbers.
Because this is a self-administrative scale, because during COVID-19, the people are more concerned about the cleanliness, washing hands. Probably because it's self-administrative, it will lead to have high prevalence.
If you have triangulated this observation with a sort of, interviews or focus group discussion, or in-depth interview.
Giving a sensitivity and a specificity, so you have to adjust to get kind of a accurate result. That is the first thing. And when you compare with the literature, what was is it compatible with the literature, or the studies done in the same time period of time?
When we do the literature review, we couldn't find any recent literature review which has conducted using our tool. The latest prevalence was around 3% in the Sri Lanka, but it's for general population, not specifically for the undergraduates.
Using a different tool, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Most of these are probably self-healing, isn't it? Do they need the counseling and treatment, drug treatment?
Yes, sir. Because what we call the cognitive behavior therapy, we don't give drugs. We just talk with them.
But my question is, this early OCDs, you call them symptoms, OCD behaviors, I will call them. I think they are self-healing and self-limiting. They can understand and they overcome it.
Yes.
I don't know. This is my opinion. Huh? You are expert here now. You are backed by experts. I'm just like ordinary man. I'm asking the question because now when I see our graduate, the consultants, budding consultants talking about 50% of our population is disease and 80% depressed, I'm a little bit worried. That's why I'm asking challenging questions.
Yes, sir, they can heal self.
Don't just because I'm challenging, don't take that up, but think about it.
I think now because that the COVID times used to wash hands, that maybe one of the reason researcher engages study. And good thing is we assess the different faculties, arts faculty, management faculty, medical faculty, different rates of OCD. So
even student or teachers and principals, because once we conducting public health awareness, even for the HPV vaccinations, to get a date is sometimes a problem.
It's a failure in the system rather than the people living there. I mean, you can't say that they are bad people, no. It's sort of officers like you all have not been successful in educating and convincing them. Sorry, I'm just joking.
Thank you for asking, sir. But even we take the permission from the provisional directors, and we try to gather all the teachers in one meeting, but it was still very difficult to, because they are not given a date for our team. Yes, we took both males and moratorium, sir.
I have one question. How did you distinguish good knowledge and poor knowledge? Like, was it?
Yeah, actually, good knowledge. We ask that mainly the answer right or wrong. So we given a MCQ form. So just like regarding the menstrual cycles, we ask ovulation will be around day 14. So estrogen will be affect. So with the within the MCQ, those who take more than 50%, we allocate 1, and those who cannot take 0, we consider as poor. That means 50%. No. Sorry, sir, not clear.
Did you ask questions like, is it safe to have intercrural sex? I mean, keeping the penis in between legs, is it safe? Did you ask questions like that?
Actually, we got the permissions from the provisional director with the ethical coverage. So with the
no, my question is, did you ask that type of question? No, that's not okay. That's all I am asking.
One question now. HPV vaccination. Now, when did you start that vaccination? It is included in the national immunization program.
Yes.
So now, when did you start that?
It is start age 10.
No. When did you start the vaccination program at Ekuduyana? When?
That means it was already included, sir. That I'm not clear your question.
No, when the program was started, that vaccination HPV national program started, and later on they added this HPV vaccination.
Yeah.
What is the year they start this vaccination?
Sir, actually, some 2020 to 2025 COVID period little bit low, sir. But in now, sir, it was HPV1 was 87, and still HPV2 is covering 25%. We have to give the date because it is 6 month gap. Problem is, even we give the awareness, students are reluctant to come. Even sometimes teachers are not convey the messages. They have no priority for the HPV vaccination and health related problems, sir. That's a problem.
Not only the teachers, must be their parents as well.
Yeah, parents, and there's a lot of cultural issues, because that highest teenage pregnancy in our area means there's a long-term problems. We are fighting to battle that, but with the there's a lot of communications gap, so we have to still not consider that.
I'm sure we are not dealing with a different tribe of people. They must be Sri Lankans living in a geographically not a far away distance. No, it's Kalutara is sort of almost very close to Colombo. So my worry, my concern is how can we have a region like that, having such a good healthcare system in the country, and I think it's up to us to focus on that and do that correction. I mean, the first thing that you can see that knowledge should improve. When you say 18% marks, I don't know what the sort of, that's why not knowing the question is difficult to discuss that. And teachers as well as students having that low level knowledge, That's the first thing that we can correct. So there is a failure from our side. That's what I'm trying to say.
Yes, thank you, sir.
So thank you. So thank you very much. That's the last presenter, and we have managed our time as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Modianse, Dr. De Silva, and Dr. Dharmaratne. We will now begin the oral session 2, which will be under the theme of Clinical and Laboratory Sciences, which will be chaired by Dr. Damayanti Peris and will be judged by Dr. Kamani Samarasinghe and Dr. Modini Jayavikrama. I invite the chair and the judges to take their designated seats to begin oral session 2.
Good afternoon, everyone. So we will start the session 2. First presentation by Dr. C.U. Welhenge.
in patients presenting with pain. Hence, it can be recommended to be used in the Sri Lankan context. In the absence of cardiac troponin titers, modified versions of the HAR score can be considered for use in Sri Lanka to complement a clinical diagnosis. So, what does this mean? This study now offers evidence supporting reliable use of the HAR score among patients in Sri Lanka. The HAR score has not been validated yet in Sri Lanka. So this is our attempt in validating this HAR score for the Sri Lankan population. And in low resource settings, the cautious use of modified versions of the HAR score may be considered for optimal use of the limited resources. The problem is, in our limited resource settings, all patients who require PCI and CABG may not have received these interventions. So the actual rate of pain might be much higher than this value. And the other problem is, I'm sure you would ask me this problem, the sample size. Sample size of 74 is not adequate for this generalizability of these findings. But since our event rate is very high, this sample size is also adequate for the validation process, but we agree that it's not enough for the generalizability of the findings. So we are currently in the process of expanding our study with a larger sample size. So I would like to thank the staff of University Medical Unit, Colombo Teaching Hospital, Ragam, and my supervisors, some references, and thank you.
Thank you. You are on time. Any questions?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So the chance of you having MERS depends on all your medical conditions, like all your comorbidities. Then there are other ways. So there are other ways of assessing your cardiovascular risk. I can't give a value for this. Yes. Yes.
Any other questions? No more questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Our next presenter will be Dr. KACC Premasiri, Shifting Etiology of Onychomycosis in Sri Lanka. OP10. Previous one OP4.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Dr. Chaitana Premasiri, and I will be presenting our study on shifting etiology of onychomycosis in Sri Lanka. Onychomycosis is a fungal infection of the nail characterized by discoloration and thickening of the nail plate. It's a very common nail infection worldwide. It affects both toenails and fingernails, and toenails are most often affected more often, right? And it is a difficult to eradicate infection with drug treatment. It is not merely a cosmetic problem, as it causes significant effects on social, emotional, and occupational functioning of the affected person, ultimately resulting in a substantial healthcare cost. The previous researchers have reported that dermatophytes as the most prevalent cause cause of onychomycosis. Some reports suggest that as much as 90% of toenail infections are due to dermatophytes. However, newer studies reports non-dermatophyte moles are more prevalent, and there are only a very limited amount of data from our own Sri Lankan setting. The gold standard for etiological diagnosis is through microscopy and fungal culture. An accurate etiological diagnosis is important for effective antifungal therapy. With that background, our objectives were to describe the demographic characteristic of patients clinically suspected of having onychomycosis, to describe the direct microscopy findings of nail specimens collected from the study population, and also to identify the causative fungal agents of onychomycosis in our study population. It was a retrospective laboratory data analysis done at the Department of Medical Mycology Medical Research Institute on nail samples received between July 2024 to up to June 2025. The following data was collected from the laboratory records: age and sex of the patients, site of the infection, findings of direct microscopy with potassium hydroxide, and results of fungal culture identification. There were 334 samples received during the period, with more samples received from female patients. And the age category between ages 51 to 60 years of age were the most prevalent age category. And with the toenails, there were 68 of the specimens received. 68% were toenails, while fingernails amounted up to 32%. And 39.8% of specimen were positive for fungal elements, and and 24.6 specimens were suggestive of a mold infection. Fungal hyphae was the most commonly seen fungal element, while spores and arthrospores were also seen. In 12.3% of specimen, yeast infection was suggestive with the direct microscopy, and 201 specimen were negative for fungal elements in the direct microscopy. When it comes to culture identification, 229 specimens yielded a positive fungal culture. Candida species was the most prevalently isolated culture, amounting to 23.1%, followed by Aspergillus 21.4, Fusarium 19.6. 8.7% of the specimen yielded a mixed fungal growth. When we are looking into the species identification, Candida parapsilosis was the leading isolate in the Candida species. And when it comes to Aspergillus species, the other non-speciated Aspergillus species were more prominent in the Aspergillus cultures. Among the others, Scytalidian species and Sclerosporium species were also had a significant growth. And it was very interesting to note that there were only two trichophyton species, amounting only to 0.8%, were isolated in our cohort. Among the other occasionally identified fungi were Scopulariopsis, Alternaria, Curvularia, and Trichospora. 85 specimens were negative for both microscopy and culture. This shows distribution of fungal species according to age categories. And here I have a distribution of fungal species according to gender. There was no significant difference among the main fungal species between genders. And in conclusion, Candida, Aspergillus, and Fusarium species were the leading causes of onychomycosis in our cohort, and dermatophytes were rarely isolated. Overall, non-dermatophyte mold infection were the prominent cause for onychomycosis in our cohort. These are my references. Thank you.
Thank you. on time. Are there any questions?
So onychomycosis is fungal infections. So this, our aim was to identify the etiological agents of onychomycosis. So this is that means normal infections, normal nails do not have fungal infection. Yes, because for one thing, that normal is while we are collecting specimens, there are specific instructions that we give to reduce the commensal burden on our collected specimens, such as there are there are certain instructions. So and also. And there's in the laboratory culture method, we do not use just one specimen. We cultivate it in multiple times, in multiples. So therefore, if it is a commensal, it is unlikely to, like, we can, by looking at the culture growth, we can get a very clear idea whether it's a commensal or not. Because a significant growth would yield similar results in all our multiples of cultures. I think, sir, because in certain institutes, for example, these Scytolidium species and even Fusarium species, I don't think they are not usual commensals in our body. Right. Aspergillus is also again not a commensal. So those were the main etiological agents in our identified culture population.
Why there were so many negative cultures?
Madam, that was negative in the sense, madam, the direct microscopy was negative because that can be due to a couple of reasons. One thing is like we get the exact specimen, the exact the nail clipping that we use to observe may not have fungal elements, and also it can depend on the observer, madam, the one who is doing the microscopy. But our fungal cultures yielded much more. That means for the fungal cultures we use lot more. The most of the specimen is used for the culture. So that may be a reason why we had a bit of a discrepancy in that microscopy part.
Any more questions?
Are there any overlaps between the direct microscopy and culture? Are there same patient having direct microscopy and culture both?
You mean both positives, madam? Yeah. Yes, madam. So yes, there was a significant, like only 85% were negative for, 85 specimens were negative for both direct microscopy and culture.
Okay, thank you very much. Our next speaker will be Dr. J.P.J. Shelton. Presentation, intraoperative leak testing with methylene blue in bariatric surgery, a safety check or surgical necessity, OP11.
Good afternoon to the panel of judges and the audience gathered here. Today the topic is intraoperative leak testing with methylene blue in bariatric surgical population, whether it's a safety check or a surgical necessity. I am Dr. J. Andrew Vasandan. Unfortunately, J.P.J. Shelton, he's in foreign, so he couldn't come to present here. So when we look at the background of this, as we all know, obesity has become one of the major health concerns which prevalence is steadily increasing over the years, and one of the key intervention for morbid obesity is bariatric surgery, which remains the most effective and durable intervention for achieving weight loss as well as for improving obesity associated metabolic comorbidities. So in Sri Lanka, the most commonly performed primary bariatric surgical procedures are laparoscopic sleeve gastrectomy, one anastomotic gastric bypass, which is called the OAGB, and the Row-en-Y gastric bypass. Just to give you a rough idea on the modalities, Row-en-Y gastric bypass versus the one anastomotic gastric bypass and the sleeve gastrectomy. So despite nowadays almost the open surgeries are obsolete, and we almost perform laparoscopic assisted bariatric surgeries. And despite the remarkable advancement in these minimally invasive techniques, the anastomotic or the stapler line leaks remain the most feared and the most dreadful post-operative complication, which can increase the morbidity of the patient, and it may increase the hospital stay and also even lead to mortality of the patients. So the internationally reported leak rates for OAGB is around 0.5 to 3%, while the laparoscopic sleeve gastrectomy, the percentage remains a little above this, from 1% to 5%. This can be influenced by multiple factors such as patient selection, surgical expertise of the person performing the surgery, and the perioperative and the postoperative care. So to minimize this risk, intraoperative leak testing, which we mention as IOLT, using methylene blue or air insufflation has been widely practiced in Sri Lanka as the method to identify these technical defects intraoperatively. So there are other methods as well, but we don't perform those, like intrasaline blue methylene fluoroscopy study and endoscopic air insufflation and other things, but we are not commonly performing those in our settings. However, the evidence regarding this predictive value and the clinical impact of such testing remains inconsistent. So the purpose of our study was to evaluate the effectiveness of methylene blue intraoperative leak testing in detecting leaks during bariatric surgery in Sri Lankan cohort population and to compare findings with an international data available. So the study design was a retrospective cohort study which was conducted in Colombo South Teaching Hospital, which is one of the primary tertiary referral center for bariatric and metabolic surgeries from November 2014 to September 2015, where over 56 patients who either had morbid obesity with BMI of more than 40 or had high obesity with BMI of 35 with obesity-associated comorbidities underwent bariatric surgery during this specified period of time. So the data were extracted from prospectively maintained bariatric database, and the data were cross-verified with operative and post-operative records. The following variables were collected and analyzed for the purpose of our study. The demographic and the clinical data were the age, sex, body mass index, and the obesity-related comorbidities such as DM, hypertension, and dyslipidemia, along with obstructive sleep apnea. So the operative details were the type of the procedure and the operative duration, and whether the intraoperative leak test was performed and the surgeon's experience on detecting the leak during that procedure. So as we roughly discuss, for the time factor, I'll just quickly run on through this. In the procedure for intraoperative leak test is we insert a orogastric tube through the esophagus. It goes up to the gastric pouch, and we insufflate 50 to 100 milliliter of diluted methylene blue through the orogastric bougie while clamping the distal bowel or the gastric outlet, and look for the extravasation of the dye laparoscopically through the camera, visualize, and in case if there is a leak detected, then and there we operate using 3-knot absorbable sutures. The reinforcement sutures or tissue sealants could be used depending on the availability and the surgeon's discretion. So while post-operative monitoring, we mainly monitor for the signs of sepsis, tachycardia, and abdominal pain. And if leakage is suspected on post-operative patients, radiologically it is confirmed through contrast-enhanced imaging, sleeve gastrectomy, and which is comparable to the international data available from different studies done in different countries. Post-oblique is significantly lower than some of the countries. So the post-operative outcomes were there was only one leak, and which also had been successfully monitored, and it had been conservatively managed and through endoscopic stenting and percutaneous drainage. When we analyzed the correlations, there was no statistically significant correlation between comorbidities, operative duration, and the surgeon's experience, while there was no any significant correlation found between intraoperative methylene blue positivity and the occurrence of post-operative leaks. So this supports the growing evidence that technical precision and tissue handling rather than patient's factors or comorbidities are the principal determinants of a leak test. So our conclusion is this underscores the technical liability and clinical relevance of methylene blue leak test in bariatric practice. Still, while it is safe and inexpensive, it should be viewed as an adjunct rather than a safeguard, which is best applied selectively in technically demanding or surgeries or revision procedures rather than it done in all patients irrespective of the condition. Thank you. This is a reference that we...
Thank you very much. Any questions from judges? So, because you overran the time, there are no more questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Our next presentation will be from Dr. D.N.A.D.H. Nirupama on influence of overweight, obesity on morbidity and mortality of critically ill patients admitted to intensive care units in a tertiary care hospital, Sri Lanka. OP 30.
Good afternoon. I'm Dr. Hasini Nirupama. What if being obese could in some cases actually protect your health? Obesity paradox is a topic that challenges decades of medical understanding. And this study was designed to find out whether the concept of obese paradox could be applied to Sri Lankan setting. Overweight and obesity is defined as accumulation of excess fat in the body. Since 1975, the prevalence of obesity has tripled worldwide and is still increasing. And in the intensive care setting, the prevalence is about 30%. Although obesity is recognized to be associated with a variety of adverse outcomes, recent evidence shows that there is a protective effect of overweight and moderate obesity in critically ill patients. This phenomenon is called obesity paradox. However, this was mainly studied in Western population and not widely studied in South Asians who have a different body composition. In keeping with that, this study was conducted to investigate the association of overweight and obesity with mortality, morbidity, length of stay, and duration of mechanical ventilation in critically ill patients in tertiary care setting of Sri Lanka. This was a prospective cohort study which included 166 adult patients admitted to intensive care units at Colombo North Teaching Hospital between November 2024 and February 2025. The study participants were categorized into two groups according to WHO South Asian BMI cutoffs. And the study participants were followed up throughout their ICU and hospital stay until they were discharged or they died in the hospital. And data regarding 4 outcomes were mainly collected. the ICU and in-hospital mortality, ICU-related morbidity, the duration of mechanical ventilation, and ICU and in-hospital length of stay. The mean age of the study participants was 54 years with a slight male predominance. The mean Apache 2 score was 14.9. And out of the study participants, 65.6% had comorbid diseases, mainly diabetes and hypertension. And majority, or like most of the most of the ICU admissions were surgical, and they were mainly with gastrointestinal disorders and infections. After controlling for the confounding factors, both ICU and in-hospital mortality were higher in overweight and class 1 obese patients compared to normal BMI patients. But both of these differences were not statistically significant. 4 ICU-related morbidities were studied. Out of them, the risk of developing ICU-acquired infections and acute liver failure were lower in overweight and class 1 obese patients. But the risk of developing acute kidney injury and acute coronary syndrome were higher in this group. However, out of all 4 associations, only acute liver failure showed a significant association. And there was no significant association between overweight and class 1 obesity and duration of mechanical ventilation. Overweight and class 1 obesity was significantly associated with increased hospital length of stay, however, not with ICU length of stay. In conclusion, in this single center cohort study, obesity survival paradox was not observed in critically ill patients, in critically ill overweight and class 1 obese patients compared to normal BMI patients. But the risk of developing acute liver failure was significantly lower in overweight and class 1 obese patients compared to normal BMI patients. Further, overweight and class 1 obese patients had a longer hospital stay compared to normal BMI patients. In future, larger multi-center studies, including all BMI categories and specific subgroups of critically ill patients, are recommended to further evaluate this obesity survival paradox. Thank you.
Any questions?
No, sir. It is, sir, but in my study I did not consider about fatty liver. It is, sir, yes.
Any more questions? So being a little obese is good. That's what you are telling.
Little obese is good. Yes. Not according to my study, yes.
Oh, even acute liver failure is less.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. So the next presentation is by Dr. Pgim Veerasinghe on association between primary breast tumor location and axillary lymph node positivity in female breast cancer patients, OP15.
Good afternoon all. I'm Dr. Medha Veerasinghe, Senior Registrar in General Surgery. Today I'm going to talk about our research, which is the association between the primary breast tumor location and the axillary lymph node positive in breast cancer. So you know that the breast cancer remains the most common malignancy among the females. So it is same in our country. So usually around 4,500 cases are annually diagnosed. And you know that the breast carcinoma is not a localized disease itself. it is a systemic disease to begin with. So one of the major prognostic factor would be the axial lymph node positivity, which decided on the prognosis and as well as the deciding the adjuvant systemic therapy. So anatomical location of the primary breast tumor may be influenced the lymphatic spread, and the data regarding this matter in Sri Lanka is very limited. So the objective of our research was to identify the distribution of primary breast tumors in the different quadrant of the breast and association of the primary breast tumor location and axial lymph node positivity, and as well as the various clinical pathological predictors which in axial lymph node positive in breast tumors. So the methodology, so this was a retrospective cohort study based on pre-existing database in Professorial Surgical Unit, North Colombo Teaching Hospital. Data was extracted for 5 years starting from 2019 December to 2024 December. So the inclusion criteria were the patient who is elder than 18 years and confirmed with invasive breast carcinoma, and they should have to undergo kind of a breast surgery, and as well as it has to be associated with either axial lymph node sampling or axial lymph node dissection. We excluded all the patient who is having a multicentric tumors, and the patient who come in with a recurrence breast carcinoma, and as well as locally advanced breast cancer and the metastatic breast cancer, and the patient who received neoadjuvant therapy were excluded. So the methodology, the tumor location were classified according to the ICD-03 topographic codes, which is internationally accepted one, and we taken only the largest tumor if the tumor is multifocal, and if the patient come in with the contralateral breast cancers, so we took the both tumors separately. So the baseline results of our cohort was we had 722 patients. Among them, 486 were met the inclusion criteria, and the 16 patients had bilateral breast tumors. So the number of tumors were 502. So the median age was our cohort was 58, and the median tumor diameter was 30 millimeter, which is T2, and the most tumors were T2 tumors, and they are invasive breast carcinoma with no specific type, and the histological grade was 3. And they're located in the upper outer quadrant. And the lymph node positivity on our cohort is 51%. So this is the distribution of primary breast tumors. You can see the most tumors was located in the upper outer quadrant. And the overlapping tumors were the next majority. So then we assess the different clinical pathological characteristics with axial lymph node positivity. So I will go one by one. You can see that the tumor stage mean the T1, T2, T3 tumors. That means the tumor, the size is increasing with the T stage. So we have found that when the tumor size is increasing, the axial lymph node positivity is significantly positivity is there. Is statistically significant. You see that the T3 has the highest lymph node positivity. It is 66%. And when the tumor histology also had a statistic significant, where the mixed cancers having the highest lymph node positivity. So other one is the tumor grade. So G1 tumors are the grade 1, which has the good, which are the good tumors. When it comes to G3 tumors, they are the bad tumors. So in our study, the grade also having a significant associate with axial lymph node positivity, and 1% of the patient, G3 tumors have the highest lymph node positivity, which is 56%. And the other one is the tumor location. The majority of the tumors was located in upper outer quadrant, but we had the central breast tumors had the highest positivity of lymph node positivity, which is statistically significant. The other most important one was the tumor receptive status or the luminal status. So we categorize them according to the luminal grading system. So the ER/PR positive patients and the HER2 positive patients and the HER2 enriched positive patients, the triple negative patients. So you see that when the HER2, the maximum, the lymph node positivity is highest in the HER2 positive disease. This is 69%, and it is statistically significant. As I previously said, we found that central breast cancer tumors has the highest lymph node positivity. So we took the central breast cancer tumors as a reference, and we calculate the odd ratios to rest of the breast tumor locations, and we found that lower outer quadrant and upper inner quadrant had significantly lower odds, saying that their lymph node metastasis minimum. As a conclusion, I want to say that the primary tumor location and the tumor diameter, tumor grade, and as well as the receptor status are independent predictors of axillary lymph node positivity. And because I want to tell something here, because now initially when the breast surgeries started, we used to remove all the things, breast and
time is up.
yeah, so the newest data is coming that the non-operative management for the axillary lymph node, for the axilla. So my suggestion is to, if we can formulate mathematical predictive scoring system which predict the lymph node positivity, we would give a tailor-based management. Some patient will not receive any of the axillary surgeries. Some will receive this central lymph node biopsy, or some will receive the axillary lymph node dissection. So strength of our study. So this is one of the most largest Sri Lankan single institute cost study analyzing the tumor location and the nodal involvement, and we use this standard protocols, and as well as our the findings are aligned with the international data. And the limitation, this is a retrospective studies, and as well as this is single institute cohort study, and our sample size is 500, but when compared to the international, it is around, the sample size is very high. Thank you.
Any questions from judges?
Yes, madam. The HER2 enriched one, madam, HER2 positive group. This one. Triple negative one, madam. No, it is 47%, madam. The 69% has the lymph node positivity. So it is aligned with the international data, madam. Usually HER2 positive disease and the ERPR positive disease has the highest lymph node positivity. It is, so our data is compatible with the international data.
So did you take the triple negatives and T stage together? If the
Madam,
triple negatives are low in T stage, may not have
we, madam, we calculate these the characteristics independently, actually. So anyway,
Or in other words, is a developmental enamel defect that affects the first permanent molars, and most oftenly the permanent incisors also get affected. It affects the enamel integrity, therefore after full eruption of the tooth there can be post-eruptive breakdown of the enamel, and therefore rapid caries progression can happen. On the other hand, dental caries, as we all know, has multifactorial etiology. So MIH is known to be associated with caries, but the relationship between MIH severity and the caries experience remains underexplored. Therefore, we decided to investigate the association between the severity of MIH and dental caries experience among children. So we included participants of the age of 9 to 15 years that were newly diagnosed with MIH who were attending restorative dentistry unit A by Institute of Oral Health Maharatana, and all these children to be eligible should have all their first permanent molars and permanent incisors fully erupted, and patients who were wearing orthodontic appliances and had difficulty in manual dexterity were excluded. So we conducted a cross-sectional cohort study and included 162 children, and for the diagnostic criteria of MIH severity we used Martha, Mojo and Bright criteria and categorized severity into mild, moderate and severe. And for the detection of dental caries, IC-DAS criteria, and for the caries experience, DMFS index were used. So this is how we conducted the study. Two calibrated investigators examined the participants, and we used a data examination record which we gathered personal details, oral hygiene habits, and there was a dental chart to be filled. And in addition, we gave 3-day diet chart to assess the keriogenic food intake. And the data analysis was done using descriptive statistics, Kruskal-Weiss test, and Poisson regression. So the Kruskal-Weiss test with Bonferroni correction was used to identify significant differences between mean DMFS values for each severity, and the Poisson regression model was used to identify the variation of DMFS index with keriogenic food intake, toothbrushing habits, and fluoride intake. So these are our results. Most of the participants diagnosed with MIH had mild form of MIH, and the caries prevalence was found to be highest in the severe form of MIH. And again, the mean DMFS scores were also identified mostly in participants with severe form of MIH compared to other two forms of severity. So the Poisson regression model found that keriogenic food intake, toothbrushing habits, and fluoride intake as significant predictors of DMFS. to reduce the long-term burden. In conclusion, MIH severity is
Time is
significantly
up.
associated with increased care risk. Early detection and tailored preventive care can mitigate disease burden, and this study contributes to understanding MIH as a multifactorial care stress factor. Thank you.
Any questions? Can we ask questions? Yeah, she's online. Any questions from the audience? So no questions. Thank you very much. That's yes, you can ask.
Thank you for the presentation. So instead of using the European system of categorizing, why did you use the Matu-Maju index? What was the reason?
Sorry, I couldn't follow the question. My connection was unstable. Can you repeat the question, please?
Yeah. So why did you use the indexing method by Matu and Maju instead of using the European system? When it comes to
so the thing was this Matu classification had 3 subgroups, mild, moderate, and severe. And these European mild and severe forms of MIH. So I thought using this Matu-Maju criteria, because it has 3 subgroups, it allows us to capture detailed spectrum of the clinical presentation of this condition. That is why I...
Okay, thank you very much. So this session will be over.
Thank you, Dr. Perez, Dr. Samarasinghe, and Dr. Rajakaruna. The oral presentation session 3 will be under the theme Administrative and Managerial Aspects. This will be chaired by Dr. Sudat Dharmaratne and will be judged by Dr. Damayanti Perez and Dr. Lavana Denuvara. I invite the chair and judges to take their designated seats to begin oral session 3.
Good afternoon. This is session 3, Administrative and Managerial Aspects. There are 2 presenters. Please stick to your time. It will be given 6 minutes to present, and there will be 2 minutes for questions. Oral presentation number 16. Presenting author S.N. Jayasinghe, Employee Green Competencies and Character Quality Towards Employee Green Behavior.
Good afternoon, the chairperson and the panel members. I'm Shamika Jayasinghe. So I'll be presenting my research on employee green competencies and character quality towards employee green behavior. This is the outline of my presentation. So I'll be starting with why sustainability is more important. Nowadays, in business organizations, in order to get competitive advantages, to mitigate the business risk, and to have long-term profitability, most of the organizations are nowadays focusing on sustainability as a technique. Also, with this rapid economic growth, we are experiencing degradation of natural resources and environmental pollution in the country. Even in Sri Lanka, compared to the size of the country, we have a high carbon emission. In 2023, it was more than 20.5 million tons. So this is where the people factor is more important in organizations. because the organization's success is highly dependent on the quality of its employees. This is where my research comes in. My research focuses on how employee green competencies and their character quality for the impact of its employee green behavior. Based on that, I have two objectives in my study: to explore the impact of EGC, comprising employee green knowledge, skills and attitudes in employee green behavior, EGB, and to determine whether employee character quality, ECQ, strengthens this relationship. Based on this, the conceptual framework is developed where the independent variable is employee green behavior and the independent variable is employee green competencies, comprising green knowledge, skills and attitudes, and the dependent variable is employee green behavior, where the employee character quality work as the moderator variable. So these hypotheses are developed and is tested in my study. H1, EGC have a significant positive impact on EGB. H1A, H1B and H1C as green knowledge, green skills, green attitudes separately have a significant impact, positive impact on EGB. H2, ECQ, employee character quality, positively moderates the relationship between EGC and EGB. So the population includes 1,290 executive level employees in head offices of 3 selected commercial banks. So through stratified random sampling, 303 executives were selected. With self-administered structured questionnaire with 33 validated items, the data were collected and analyzed through SPSS. Before going for further analysis, I used the convergent validity, check the convergent validity and the internal consistency of the data. As you all can see, the composite reliability of the values are more than 0.7 and Cron-Bunch alpha values are more than 0.8, which confirms the convergent validity and the excellent internal consistency of the data set. Moving on to the results of my study. So first I checked the correlation between EGC and EGB, which can be seen a positive significant value, which is 0.580, with a strong positive relationship between EGC and EGB. And also with R square value of 0.337, it shows that EGC explains 33.7 of the variance in EGB. Impact of green competencies on green behavior is checked with the constant unstandardized beta value. Then the regression equation was derived. All the values are significant positive values. EGB equals 2.512 plus 0.497 EGC. With the unstandardized coefficient values, this confirms the significant positive impact, leading to the rejection of null hypothesis for H1. So the impact of green knowledge, skills and attitudes on employee green behavior. Separately, unstandardized beta values were tested for these 3 dimensions, which finally derives the multiple linear regression with positive significant values. This supports to H1A, H1B and H1C of my hypothesis. Finally, the moderating effect is tested here. So the hierarchical regression is used with 2-factor model. As you all can see, the change of R square value is 0.047, which shows this results inclusion of the interaction term of model 2, which led to the statistically significant increase in R square with the positive significant value. This confirms that employee character quality significantly moderates the relationship between employee green competencies and employee green behavior, providing support for H2. So all my hypotheses are tested and all the null hypotheses are rejected. Then I can conclude that fostering employee green competencies is a fundamental in promoting employee green behavior. And also employee character quality acts as a crucial amplifier, strengthening the relationship between the competencies and the behavior. So when it comes to the implication of my study, I use the social cognitive theory as a theoretical implication, which explains how competencies can be developed and how the personal factors like character interact with the environmental factors to shape one's behavior. And also when it comes to managerial implications, I must say that the organizations themselves can incorporate green competencies, green knowledge, skills and attitudes into their HRM functions. And also as the But Central Bank of Sri Lanka, as the governing body of the banks, can develop guidelines and framework to enhance the green activities, green culture in banks, and also in broader, the government of Sri Lanka can make green policies to enhance the green behavior. So this is the end of my presentation. These are the few references that I have used. Thank you.
Thank you. A very interesting topic and also come period of time. Judges, over to you to ask some questions.
Yeah, I use three commercial banks. One is the Commercial Bank of Sri Lanka, Hatton National Bank, and the Sampath Bank.
Okay, thank you. I can take up one question if there are from the audience. Only one question. I'm standing up.
Yes, the questionnaire consists of 33 validated items. Out of the responses I got, based on the questions, the items were tested.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Next presenter is oral presenter number 17. Presenting author D.D.G.P.S. Daniels. Title, Awareness, Perception and Attitudes of Secondary Level and Administrative Staff Regarding Quality Assurance Activities at Higher Education Institutions.
Chairperson and panel members and distinguished invitees. It's my pleasure to present our research on awareness, perception and attitudes of secondary level and administrative staff regarding quality assurance activities at higher educational institutes. So, as you are aware, IQAC are essential mechanism under the IQAC cell of the UGC to ensure continuous improvement in quality standard across higher educational institutes. So academic staff are involved in quality assurance activities. However, involvement of admin and supporting staff are also essential. So wanted to understand quality assurance process and their importance of the administrative and support staff. So these are the key objectives of the study. To assess the level of awareness among secondary and administrative staff regarding QA activities, to evaluate their perceptions and attitudes towards QA implementation, to identify barriers and suggest strategies for improvement. So we thought that the findings will help to improve quality assurance communication, enhance participation among staff, and strengthen institutional quality culture. So the study followed a descriptive research design. Data were collected through a structured questionnaire from the administrative and secondary level staff of the PGI. The analysis focused on three main dimensions: awareness, perception and attitudes, using both quantitative and descriptive methods. So the study, these are the results we found: awareness level of staff, and the perception of effectiveness. So 50 responses we received, 50 positive responses were received, 30 neutral and 20 negative responses were also received. So attitude towards QA participation, the supportive responses were 55, indifferent 25 and resistance 20 responses. So the findings revealed that while most of the staff were generally aware of QA's concepts, their understanding of specific process and policy framework were limited. Perception of QA effectiveness were mixed. Some staff viewed quality assurance as an essential mechanism for improvement, while others felt it was mainly focusing on administrative and document based. So in terms of attitudes, mainly expressed willingness to participate more with some resource constraints. So finding shows that targeted training and improved communication channels improve participation. So these are the recommendations from our research. Limited communication between quality assurance units and staff, lack of awareness of quality assurance documentation process, and insufficient incentives for quality assurance participation. So these are the recommendations. We recommend towards the study that conduct regular quality assurance workshop for administrative and support staff, establish feedback mechanism to improve quality assurance transparency, and recognize and reward staff involvement in quality assurance initiatives. We were able to identify several barriers also: limited communication between quality assurance unit and staff, lack of awareness of quality assurance documentation process, and insufficient incentives for quality assurance participations. So we recommend towards this study to conduct regular quality assurance workshops for administrative staff and secondary staff, establish feedback mechanism to improve quality assurance transparency, and recognize and reward staff involvement in quality assurance initiatives. In conclusion, our study underscores that a strong quality culture depends on the collective commitment of all institutional members, not only the academic staff. By increasing awareness and participation among administrative and support staff, higher education institute can ensure that quality assurance processes are truly integrated into daily operations. So, in conclusion, in future research can also extend this work by comparing awareness level between academic and non-academic staff, or by examining the long-term impact of quality assurance training interventions across different institutions also. So these are the references we used. And finally, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to the Internal Quality Assurance Cell and the staff of the Pgim, and also the editorial committee of the annual research symposium. Also, before I conclude, I would like to appreciate Dr. Himani Molligoda, the director of the IQAC of the Pgim, who has guided us to do this research, and my supportive team, Dr. Sevandi Karnatilaka, and Dr. Devin Vikramaratna, and Ms. Satsaran. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Very comprehensive presentation, completed on time. I think there are 3 important recommendations. So, over to judges. Please ask some questions if you have any.
Actually, some staff are thinking that they don't get proper communications because they need to support, but they think that we don't get some communication means regarding the newly introduced ideas like circulars. So that's that we need to interact with them.
Any more questions to the audience? Yes, thank you. Both presenters are from the Pgim. They are the senior assistant registrar of the Pgim. We are really happy to listen to your presentations. Thank you. So I conclude this session. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Dharmaratna, Dr. Peris, and Dr. Denavara. What an impressive array of research we witnessed today. Thank you to all our presenters for sharing your work with us. We will begin the awarding ceremony shortly.
Welcome to the Postgraduate Institute of Medicine, University of Colombo, a premier institution dedicated to the advancement of postgraduate medical and dental education in Sri Lanka. Our journey began in 1976 as the Institute of Postgraduate Medicine and was officially opened by Dr. Halfdan Mahler, Director General of the World Health Organization, with the vision to create a national institute for postgraduate medical education training and to hold examinations. Accreditation. In 1980, the institute was renamed as the Postgraduate Institute of Medicine, or PGIM, and was formally recognized under the Universities Act. The first Board of Studies was established with boards of study in 12 specialties. Currently, PGIM stands as a national institute under the University of Colombo. It is the only institution in Sri Lanka responsible for specialist training and accreditation of medical and dental doctors, offering a large number of postgraduate programs annually across 24 boards of study and 37 specialty boards. The PGIM plays a pivotal role in shaping the future of healthcare in Sri Lanka. PGIM logo. The lotus symbolizes purity, while 11 swans represent discernment. At the center, the entwined serpent of Asclepius signifies healing, a tribute to both local cultural heritage and the Western medical tradition. The smooth functioning of the academic and administrative operations of the PGIM is ensured by various committees and boards. The individuals of the committees and boards play a vital role in shaping the policies, processes, and activities that enhance the learning experience for both students and faculty. The Institute also fosters a culture of research and ethical medical practices, supported by the Ethics Review Committee. The Medical Education Resource Center, MERC, of the PGIM involves in conducting and coordinating support programs, such as workshops and short courses on research methodology, professionalism, and ethics. Training activities for the PGIM trainers. Teachers and examiners are conducted regularly to update the medical consultants on current educational and examination concepts. Acquiring multiples towards excellence. The PGIM is currently accepting international students for training in an array of specialties and clinical fellowships. The PGIM's annual research symposium offers a platform for trainees, trainers, and researchers to share knowledge and collaborate. This event fosters evidence-based practice, shaping the future of healthcare through research. With more than 400 postgraduates graduating each year, PGIM's trainees are equipped with the skills and expertise needed to meet the country's healthcare needs and contribute to global health advancements. At the Postgraduate Institute of Medicine, we are committed to shaping the future of medicine and dentistry, building a community of skilled, compassionate specialists, and advancing healthcare through research and education. Our heartfelt gratitude to all the past PGIM directors and staff of PGIM, past boards members, trainers, and examiners who worked hard and contributed to the advancement of the institution to the current status. Starting with a few trainees, the number of annual enrollments in postgraduate degree conferments have gradually increased over the years. In 2024, nearly 4,000 trainees were in training, and 480 trainees were awarded with MD degrees, 74 with MSc degrees, 185 with postgraduate diplomas, and 290 specialists achieved board certification as consultants. Over the years, PGIM has produced a considerable number of postgraduates and board-certified consultants to the health sector of Sri Lanka. By the end of 2024, the total number of conferred postgraduate degrees include 8,752 MDs, 2,001 MSc degrees, 6,610 postgraduate diplomas, and 5,335 board-certified consultants. These achievements reflect the institution's contribution and persistent dedication to maintaining the highest academic and professional standards in postgraduate medical education.
finally, we are delighted to announce the awarding ceremony. I would like to request Dr. Amodini Rajakaruna to join me on stage to award the certificates for Best Oral and Poster Presenters. The Best Oral Presenter under the theme Public Health and Medical Administration is awarded to Dr. KMMPB Vijayaratna. The Best Oral Presenter under the theme of Clinical and Laboratory Sciences is awarded to Dr. C.U. Welhenge. The Best Poster Presenter under the theme Public Health and Medical Administration is awarded to Dr. R.A.S.L. Ranavira Arachi. The Best Poster Presenter under the theme of Clinical and Laboratory Sciences is awarded to Dr. R.M.D.L. Ratnayaka. The Best Poster Presenter under the theme of Administrative and Managerial Aspects is awarded to Dr. C.M.A. Gunathilaka. The Best Oral Presenter under the theme of Administrative and Managerial Aspects is awarded to Mrs. S.N. Jayasinghe. Congratulations to all the awardees. Your hard work and dedication have truly made a difference. Madam, please remain on stage to hand over the certificates to our judges and chairpersons who made this event possible. Dr. Ishanka Thalagala, Dr. Dushyanti Jayawardena, Dr. Kapila Jayaratna, Professor Sanjeeva Senaviratna, Dr. Kamani Samarasinghe, Dr. Sudat Dharmaratna, Dr. Rasnayaka Modianse, Dr. Damayanti Peris, Dr. Modini Jayavikrama, Dr. Lavana Denavara. Thank you, madam. As we conclude today's symposium, I would like to thank each one of you for your participation and contribution. Let us continue to strive for excellence in research and collaboration in the medical field. Please join us for lunch arranged on the 3rd floor. Thank you and have a wonderful day ahead. The presenter certificates can be collected after the event. Thank you.